Okay, Jennifer, I'm going to explain this sworn video statement form. And as we're now being recorded, this is not new to you. We've done this once before. Okay? I want to before we get this, try and take that first interview that we had, which was, hours after what had transpired, put it aside. It's almost like we've never spoken before. Okay? So we're starting afresh. We're starting from new. That way you're not going to say, I think I already told him that. Don't worry about what you've already told me. So, this is a statement of Jennifer Pan, and the incident number is, for the murder investigation, is 310188 of 2010. Jennifer, do you understand that everything that's being said in this room is being videotaped?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Randy Slade, and I'm a detective with the York Regional Police. My badge number is 531. There's no one else present in the room other than you and I, and monitoring this statement next to us is Deborah Gladding. Today is Thursday, November the 11th, 2010. The time on my watch is 9:43 in the morning. We are presently videotaping at 5 District in the town of Markham in the regional municipality of York. Is there anything... We're back to this question again about, is there anything else I need to know in order to better understand your statement? And that is, do you suffer from any mental illness? Have you been drinking? Did you take any drugs?
No drugs, no drinking.
So there's nothing that's going to influence your statement?
I'm just a little nervous.
Don't be nervous. Okay? I know that's tough to say, but don't be nervous. The truth is always the best way to relieve anxiety, okay? We are investigating an allegation of murder of your mom, Vietnamese Pan. As a part of our investigation of this offense, I would like to interview on videotape and under oath, solemn affirmation or solemn declaration. It is my obligation to advise you of certain information before we commence this statement. Just want to... Redundant, remember me telling you about that? So just to reiterate, we're in the middle, or starting the middle portion of the video KGB. I've just turned on my digital audio recorder just in case for fail-safe measures. It's now 9:45. We began the video statement portion at 9:43. And I'm just at the portion of the video statement form. Jennifer, can you spell your name for me?
Jenniffer.
And last name?
Pan.
Okay, so it's my obligation to advise you of certain information before we commence this statement. You may be a witness in court concerning the events you're about to describe in your statement. If at any time you change your statement or claim not to remember the events, the contents of this video statement you give now may be used as evidence in court. Do you understand?
Yes.
And for the audio recording, just to date it, it's the 11th of November, and I already said 9:45. These are the criminal code sanctions. Remember I told you the explaining of the facts of that there's certain penalties for not telling the truth or misleading the police. It's also my obligation to advise you that fabricating evidence with the intent to mislead is an offense under Section 137 of the Criminal Code. And if you give a false statement under oath, you may be charged with fabricating evidence. If convicted of fabricating evidence, you could be sentenced up to 14 years in jail. It is also an offense under Section 139 of the Criminal Code to obstruct by willfully attempting to obstruct, pervert, or defeat the course of justice. And you may be charged if you obstruct justice. If convicted of obstructing justice, you could be sentenced up to 10 years in jail. It is also an offense under Section 140 of the Criminal Code to commit public mischief by causing a police officer to start or continue an investigation by making a false statement that accuses some other person of committing an offense. And you may be charged if you commit public mischief. If convicted of public mischief, you could be sentenced up to 5 years in jail. If you are charged with one or more of the above offenses, this statement may be used as evidence against you. Do you understand the criminal sanctions I've explained to you?
Yes.
Do you understand the criminal consequences of making a false statement?
Yes.
Do you understand that it's your choice to whether or not you want to give a statement?
Yes.
Do you understand the importance of telling truth in regards to this investigation? If you've spoken to a police officer or any person in authority in connection with this investigation, I want it to clearly understood. I don't want it to influence you in making a statement. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you have any questions?
No.
Are you prepared to give a video statement under oath or solemn affirmation or declaration at this time?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just going to bring the commissioner in, and then we can get on with it.
Hello, I'm Sonia Ficini. I'm a commissioner, and I'm just going to swear you in for your statement, okay? Will you be swearing on the Bible, or will you... Okay. Just place your right hand there, please. And your first name is Jennifer?
Yes.
Last name of Pan?
Yes.
Okay. Do you, Jennifer Pan, swear or declare that the evidence that you give in this investigation shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Sonia. Okay, so what we're going to do now is, as I said, what education level do you have?
Just a high school.
High school? Have you gone to any other like after a higher level of education? Have you been working towards anything?
I'm going back to school, and I have been working on the piano education.
Okay, there's no other education that you've sought, like you haven't gone to university at this point in time? Okay, so I want you to forget or put aside the first statement that we had talked about. Okay? This is going to be where I'm going to ask you to start from the day, okay, on the 8th, leading up until when the police become involved in an incident that takes place in your house. I want you to tell me about your day, what you do, your interaction with your parents. Okay? So we're dealing with the incident. We're not dealing with your history right now. We're dealing with the incident again. To see if anything else comes. Forgetting what you've already told me, and bring yourself through that day and through the event. And we'll see if we're going to see if we've learned or if you've remembered anything else. And there's some questions with respect to that statement that I'm going to ask you about. Okay, but I'm going to let you start again, and let's move forward from any time in that day where you want to start. If it's the time you woke up or if it's the time that your first interaction, it's your choice.
Okay, I'm very nervous, and I
Why are
don't
you?
remember
Why are you nervous? Tell me about why you're nervous.
because I don't want to say the wrong things.
Because
that day was a lot.
You're right.
And I've been scattered, and so bits and pieces are here and some pieces aren't here, and I'm just...
So I want you to sit back in your chair. Okay, just sit back in your chair. Take a deep breath. Okay, close your eyes. Just follow my line. Just sit back in the chair for a second. Sit back. Relax the best you can. Close your eyes. And just breathe for a minute. Okay? We're not in any type of danger. We're nowhere. We're in a very safe place. Okay? And we're going to work through this. And don't worry about what you forget or what you mix up or whatever you're doing. Is you start and push the play button for that day. And if you stick to everything that you remember happening that day, it will come out in sequence. Okay? And I'm going to show you a technique after we go through this that will show it to you. Okay? So let's just start. You've taken a deep breath. You've relaxed. You're in a good position right there. Let's start from the beginning of the day. when you wake up, and let's start moving forward from there.
What I can remember is when I woke up, I had some breakfast, and I went upstairs to do some piano history, and I was on the computer.
What time is that around?
I'm not 100% sure.
Time isn't like, is it, you know, time is important, meaning is it in the beginning of the, is it morning, is the light out, or is it in the afternoon? Like
Probably maybe before noon.
Before noon, sometime before noon.
Yes.
Okay.
Before noon. I play some Facebook games, so I was doing that, and then I stopped, and then I was doing some studying for my piano. Like I said, I was working towards a piano degree in teaching. So I was reading some history notes and going over some practice examination papers.
Who's in the house at that time?
My father has left for work and my mother's home.
Okay. Where's your mom? Do you know where she is?
Don't remember at this point.
Okay.
I'm getting the last few days all mixed up together. I believe she had left with my aunt to go and visit my grandfather that morning.
Okay.
Or early afternoon. He is residing. He resided at Manchung Nursing Home, and he had just gotten back from the hospital Saturday.
Okay.
So she went in. I don't remember if she took my aunt, but she went in to see if she could see how the nurse got any updates on him and see if she could feed him. When she had left, she had called me, and she asked me to come out because there were some police officers on the street. And I went out, and I asked, the police officers came up, and they said that there was a gas leak on our street, and to exit our house. So I said, if it would be possible, could I go in and grab a jacket, because I was still in just regular clothes. So I went in, and when I came out, my mother said that they wouldn't let her take out the car either. So we decided we were gonna walk across the street to a relative's house there. And before we could get to our relative's house, the officers got a message or a memo from their fellow officers saying that our side was secure and that it might be from another area. So from there, I went back into the house.
Do you remember what time that was?
Again, it was before noon.
Before noon, okay.
I'm pretty sure it was before noon.
So before noon, and now your mom's come back from...
No, not yet. She's on it. She was
leaving to go out.
Yes.
Okay.
So she left to go pick up my aunt and go in to my grandfather's, and I went back up on the computer to do a little studying, taking a break, and playing some games.
Do you remember speaking to anyone during the day on your phone or on Facebook?
Later on in the day, yes, I spoke to a longtime friend, Andrew, who I went to elementary school with. But just the usual, he just asked if we could hang out anytime soon, but I explained to him that I wasn't able to leave the house and I couldn't meet up with him. So I asked him how his life was, how his girlfriend, how his job was going. I believe that was later on in the day, though. That wasn't in the afternoon.
We'll go in later when we talk about your past, about why you couldn't leave the house. Okay, so that hasn't gone unnoticed, but we're not going to talk about that right now. We're talking about that day.
Okay.
So continue on.
I think my mom came home at about 3 or so. I'm not sure where she went with my aunt. She came home and unpacked and started preparing dinner. My father came home. My father came home about 4:20, 4:30. It was later than he usually does. He normally comes home about 10 to 4. when my mother asked him where he had been, he had said he had forgotten to lock his toolbox at work, or something about along the lines of he had to go back to work because he had forgotten to close something or lock something up.
Where does your dad work?
Kobe and Stell. It's Middlefield and south of Finch.
Okay, continue. So he's home now late at 4:20, 4:30.
4:30, and he phoned and asked my Uncle Nam if he wanted to go buy some like heat covers and a USB pen. So he immediately left, not shortly after that, maybe 4:30, a little bit after that. And on Monday nights, my mother goes dancing. So she had finished dinner, and me and her ate dinner first.
What time did you guys have dinner around?
5:30.
Mm-hmm.
And then then my father came home and he had dinner.
And what time did your dad get home?
I'd say sometime between 6 and 6:30, because my mother was able to clean up before going out to dancing.
When your dad comes home, do you remember seeing what type of bags he was carrying when he came in?
I wasn't downstairs when he came through the door. I had gone upstairs already.
Okay. So you don't know where he went shopping at?
All I know is that when I came down to greet him after he'd come home, he had shown me this heating cover that he had bought for the house.
Didn't have a label on it. You didn't
He
see?
took it out of the bag, or he just showed me the cover itself. He didn't.
Did you see the USB stick?
I believe the USB stick was for my uncle. If they bought it or not, I
don't know.
I'm not sure.
Okay, so it's now 6 to 6:30 because your dad's now home and eating,
Mm-hmm.
and you say your mom cleans up.
Yeah, and then she leaves at 7, and my father goes up to his computer like he normally does.
Yes.
And he's on the computer watching like news. I'm not sure what he's doing. I'm in my room. I believe at this point I had called my friend.
Hang on, let's make sure. I got to make sure that the tape recorders didn't just click off, okay? Because we had a bit of a power flicker. So just give me a second. Okay, so we're still. Okay, so we're at 7 o'clock, right? And your mom's getting ready to go. So continue on.
So she leaves, and my friend Adrian had asked if we would do our movie night like we normally do. He comes over with TV shows, some of our favorites to watch together. So he had come over. I'm sorry, the timeline's a little off.
Yeah.
He had come over around, I think I told him, I messaged him around 6 o'clock. He came over about 6:20, 6:30.
And when you say message him, was it Facebook or was it your phone?
Messaging.
Text message?
Yeah.
And what was the phone? Which phone is it that you use? Which phone number?
My Rogers phone.
Your Rogers phone?
Yeah.
And 647?
965-2118.
Okay, so that's the message. And is that the first communication you had with him that day?
I think I had messaged him at 3 o'clock. You know, he had messaged me around in the afternoon sometime asking me if it was TV was on tonight.
Okay.
And then I had messaged him, I'm done, you can come over whenever. I think that was the gist of the message.
So what time does he arrive again?
He arrived around between 6 and 6:30.
So your mom and dad are both home?
My parents are home, and he came in, he greets them as usual. They ask him how everything was going. And then my mom had left for dancing, and we were downstairs watching. That day we watched Gossip Girl and How I Met Your Mother.
Are these live TV shows or are these recordings?
He brings them on a USB pen.
Okay. When your mom leaves, what is she wearing?
I didn't pay attention.
Do you remember what she was wearing when you were having dinner?
She was wearing her pajamas when we were having dinner.
What do they look like?
They're like green with like Winnie the Pooh.
Okay. So when you say when she leaves to go out, Would she have changed?
Yes, because I was, like I said, my friend came around like 6:30, so we were already downstairs watching movies. But when she went up to change quickly and go to her dance class at 7.
Okay, and what car does she take when she leaves?
She takes the Lexus.
Is that the only car she drives?
Pretty much, my father drives his Mercedes, and my mother drives the Lexus.
Do they have, like, parents have different kinds of routines? Do they have a routine where they park the car? In the garage? Out of the garage? Or
Normally
which side?
inside, but if we plan to go out again, we park our car outside, but only the Lexus. So my mother, when she came home from, like I said, going out with my aunt, she had parked the car outside.
Okay.
So when my friend came, he parked it beside her.
Okay.
Closer to the door.
And where do they usually, in the garage, do they just take out either side?
No,
or do
no, no. The Lexus is normally on when facing the house.
When looking at the house?
Left side.
Left side is the Lexus.
And the Mercedes is on the right, closer to the door. Front door.
No other cars in the house?
No, just the two
that belong
cars.
to just those two. Okay, so your mom's goes. Did you see her change her clothes?
Unfortunately, I was watching. I was just watching my TV shows.
And where
with
were
my
you
friend.
watching?
In the basement.
In the basement.
Yeah.
So when you say that she's wearing her pajamas and she goes upstairs and change, is that something you know or you're speculating?
No, for sure she has to change into regular clothes to go to go dancing.
Okay.
That's something that I didn't see it, but I know for sure that that's what she does.
Okay. So your mom goes, and where's your dad at this point?
He is, well, like I said, around 6:30 he was just finishing up dinner, and after he finished dinner he goes upstairs and goes on the computer.
So let's talk about the layout of the house before we move on any further here. You're in the basement.
Yes.
Okay. And it's just the two of you, you and Adrian.
Yes.
The main level, the ground level. What's
Okay.
on the ground level?
What we call our living dining room with my piano.
Yes.
And then behind that is my family room.
Okay.
And then beside the family room is our kitchen.
So are they in separate locations, living room, dining room, or is it dining room, dining room?
By more than a half, there's a wall, but there is a way to walk from dining room, living room are combined, sorry.
Okay.
But to go to the family room, there's like a wall. But there is like not a doorway, but like
an archway?
Opening.
Yes.
To go through to the family.
And the kitchen is where? In the front, back, side?
The back of the house.
The back of the house.
Yes.
Okay. You go up the stairs. What's on the stairs? What's upstairs? How many bedrooms are up there?
4 bedrooms, but one we use as a study.
And where's the study located?
That's the front of the house beside my parents' bedroom.
Okay, and where's your bedroom located?
The back of the house.
And is there another bedroom back there too?
There's one more bedroom back there, and that's used for my brother or my cousin, depending on who comes home.
Okay, and your cousin who's?
His name is Curtis, and he goes to school in Waterloo.
Okay.
During the last co-op season, he co-opted in Toronto, so he stayed with us for 4 months.
Curtis's last name?
Leung.
Leung. Okay. We'll get to Curtis after. So now we're back. Your dad is upstairs. Did you see him go to the computer room?
Like I said,
You're speculating.
Yes.
That's what his normal routine is?
That's his normal routine.
You're in the basement?
Yes.
Did you hear your mom leave?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And how do your parents leave when they're taking their cars? Now this time you say the car was out in the driveway. Did you hear when you say you heard your mom leave? Where did she go out?
Because how the house is laid out, the stairwell is in the middle of the house, so she would have to walk. She would have to walk across the stairs to go to the front door. So I heard her pass through.
Okay.
And leave through the front door.
If you park your cars in your garage, how do you get? Do your parents come close the door and come out and into the house, or do they?
No, if they park in the garage, they come through. There's an entrance from the garage to the house, inside the garage.
How many ways are there to get into your house other than breaking a window? Like how many?
Doorways, 3.
So there's
there's a door from the garage.
Yes.
The front doorway and the backyard.
In the backyard. Okay. So It's now 7 o'clock or beyond. Your mom's gone. Your dad's, you believe, upstairs in the computer room, in the office, and you're downstairs with Adrian watching either the How I Met Your Mother or
Gossip
Girls.
Well, a few episodes.
Do you talk to anyone or text message anyone throughout the time that you're with Adrian?
No.
Does Adrian talk or text message anyone throughout the time?
No, his phone wasn't. I believe his phone was aside.
Okay. And then what happens?
9 o'clock comes and he says, after that final episode we watch, he's like, it's time for me to go home. So I see him out, and I went upstairs and got ready for bed.
Okay. And did you see your dad or hear your dad when you went upstairs?
When I went upstairs, he was in his computer room like he normally is, and on the computer at that point in time.
Okay. And your mom's not home?
No, her dancing doesn't finish till about 9, so she doesn't get home till closer to 9:30.
Okay. So you're in your bedroom, and what are you doing?
At this point, I was on the phone with my friend Andrew.
Okay.
And just talking to him, and then and watching TV. And then that was, I don't remember how long the conversation was, but then I ended up calling my friend Edward.
So Andrew is?
An old high school friend.
Okay, and is he the one that you had talked to? This is the person you said you were talking to, who was asking about meeting up with you?
Yes.
So you were actually talking on the phone with him now?
Yes.
Did you were talking on Facebook with him earlier?
No, I was text messaging him.
Text messaging him. Were you talking to anyone on Facebook at the same time? Because I know you guys can multitask.
No, I believe my Facebook, there's a chat window, and I keep that as offline. Unless I intend to speak to one of my friends regarding one of the games I play.
So when you're talking to Andrew, you're not talking to anyone else?
No.
When you're talking to Edward, you're not talking to anyone else?
I don't have a computer in my room.
Okay, so that answers the question, is that there's no computer in the room.
No.
How many computers are in the house?
There's one computer. I'm not sure about towers because my brother recently took one to school with him. But I know there's one fully working computer, and my mother has a laptop.
Do you use either?
Like I said, I was on the main computer earlier.
Yes.
And the laptop I use occasionally, but not too often.
Did you use it that day?
I don't remember, to be honest, but I don't believe I did.
And what services do you use when you're using the laptop or the other? What you say you're on Facebook? Is there any other chat lines or any other?
Sometimes I have an MSN open, but rarely. I don't like to be on MSN too much.
Okay. So now we're at 9 o'clock, and you're into the conversation. You've finished your conversation with Andrew, and now you're speaking to Edward. What time is it, do you think?
9:15, 9:30.
When you're talking to Edward, have you heard your mom come in yet?
I heard my mom come in, so I asked him to hold.
Okay.
He had hung up. So when I went down, I was like, hi, Mom. And then I saw her. She had changed into her pajamas, and she was downstairs watching TV.
Again, so let's stop it right there. Just hold it in check. Is that when she came in, did you see her?
I didn't see her come in.
Okay, no, when you heard her come in, and you say she changed into her pajamas.
She went up the stairs.
You heard her come up the stairs?
I heard my mom come up the stairs and go into her bedroom.
Okay.
And then when I went down, she went back down the stairs, and that's when I went out. And I went down the stairs, and that's when I noticed she was in her pajamas and just watching TV.
Okay. Did you see your dad?
He had gone back to his bedroom to call it a night. His door was closed, but he wasn't on the computer.
You could see in the computer room that he wasn't there?
He was not there.
So this is after your mom arrives home. You've heard her come up the stairs, go in the room. You're suspecting she's changed because by the time you follow her down the stairs, she's in her pajamas.
I didn't follow her. She went down, and then I went after.
Sure. You went down to talk to your mom.
Just to make sure she was...
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of pajamas is she wearing at this time?
Green Winnie the Pooh. She changed back into her green Winnie the Pooh pajamas.
Okay. When you come downstairs, are you noticing, is there any problems, any issues, anything out of the norm when you go down? Because you said you went down to check on her and see how she was.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything that's strange? Is there anything different?
Not that I know. She was just on the couch like she normally is, watching television, winding down.
Okay. And that's now, you're saying 9:15 to 9:30 she gets home. That's after that, obviously.
Just a little bit after that, yeah.
Okay, and then what happens?
I go back up my stairs and I call Ed again.
Okay.
And I had to use the washroom, so I did put him on mute for a quick second. And then I came back and I was just watching TV and talking with Ed.
Okay. How long are you now upstairs on the phone with Edward?
I'm sorry, but that time frame, I'm not sure.
Okay. Your cell phone records are going to give us the exact times.
Okay.
Okay, so have you talked to anyone else? Is it you hang up with Edward, go down and see your mom, come back upstairs,
Yes.
call Edward,
Yes.
use the washroom, on the phone with Edward still?
Yes.
Have you talked to anyone else?
No.
Okay. Have you text message anyone else?
No.
How many?
I don't believe I did, no.
Do you have more than one phone?
I had one, but I just keep the SIM card.
Yes.
Again, we will go into the history.
Sure.
But my cell phone gets taken away from me sometimes.
Okay.
And so I had a friend of mine, Daniel. He got a SIM card for me to use sometimes. But I take the SIM card out when I finish it, and I normally keep it in my pocket so my parents wouldn't find it.
Yes.
But I don't remember the last time I used it.
Okay, but you didn't use that SIM card that day?
No.
Okay.
I did not know.
You did not?
I don't remember the last time. Maybe it was a few days before that. The last time I remember using it was when my grandfather was in the hospital. And I had messaged him and he asked me how my grandfather was.
And when is that time frame that your grandfather went into the hospital?
He was in the hospital for about 10 days.
10 days, okay. So that's the last time you remember using that SIM card associated from what your friend had given you.
Yes.
Was about 10 days earlier or even 12 days earlier, because I believe you said your grandfather had come out of the hospital, or was he still in the hospital?
Yes. No, he was in the hospital for 10 days.
Yes.
On Saturday, he had gone back to his nursing home. And this is Monday we're talking
So
about.
it's about 12 to 14 days earlier that this happened, that you used the SIM card, you're guessing?
Probably more within a week. Yeah.
Within a week?
Yeah. Because I messaged him
Give or take 7 days, is that what you were saying?
Yeah. Because I would message him when my grandfather was in the hospital.
Okay.
Yeah.
And where's that SIM card now?
I'm not sure. I don't remember. I had it in my jacket pocket, but I don't remember where it is now.
Okay. So, we're now back to, you're on the phone with Edward. And
Yes.
again, the history stuff, you're right. I don't want it to get convoluted in here, but we need to, we'll talk about that stuff after. So we're back on track here. It's now, you're back on the phone. You've come from the washroom, taken the mute button off, and you're now on the phone with Edward.
Mm-hmm.
Where's your mom? Have you heard your mom come up the stairs? Is she still downstairs?
She's still downstairs.
She's still downstairs. Okay. Continue on.
I had my TV on because I was watching TV.
Yes.
I don't remember what show I was watching. I believe it was Amazing Race. I'm not 100% sure at this moment. But I was watching TV and on the phone with Ed as well.
Okay.
And then the next thing I remember is my mother calling down for my father.
What is she saying?
She's calling him by his name and to come down.
Okay, so give us verbatim. What do you hear her saying? Is it in the Vietnamese Chinese, or
Yes,
is it in English?
It's in Vietnamese.
Okay, and what do you hear her say?
In Vietnamese, she's like, "Han ơi, xuống đây."
And what does that translate to?
That's my father's name, Han. Come down here.
Does she say anything else associated with that?
I can't hear clearly because I was on the phone and the TV was on,
Sure.
but that's what I heard.
Is she yelling, or is it normal?
It's a loud. She's not yelling, but it's a loud tone.
Okay.
And normally that tone means that I need to go down and see what's happening. Usually, so that's when I told Edward, I was like, okay, I gotta go. I'll call you later, and I hang up the phone with him.
Have you heard anything else at this point in time?
As I'm hanging up the phone with him, I hear footsteps going up the stairs.
Okay.
But they're not they're heavier footsteps than what is to be expected from my parents.
Okay.
And then I hear mumbling, and someone's in the master bedroom, and I hear the bed being tossed, and I just froze where I was. I have to say, I don't know how long they were in there, but I heard somebody go down the stairs. So at this point, I opened my door. I peered out, and there was a person in what would have been my brother's room.
And where's your brother's room located?
Just a little bit down the, I could see from my doorway to his doorway, just
Okay.
a little bit down the hall.
Okay.
And he looks at me, and he pulls out his gun. And he walks towards me and, sits me down on my bed. Because my bed is within a step from my door. And he's like, "Where's the money? Do you have any money? Give me your money." So I had some money that I had saved up from serving, and I was also planning on buying a new cell phone because my contract was finishing with Rogers. And the phone I'm currently using has not good reception, so I had about $2,000 saved up. And so I opened my drawer and I pointed at it, and he picked it up and took the cash and put it in his pocket. At this point, he ties my hands behind my back, and he walks me out.
Okay, so stop right there for a second. Okay, I want you, now that you've got him right there, I want you to describe him to me. What you can remember, every little detail.
He was black with dreadlocks.
How long are the dreadlocks?
About.
Show me on your own body where you would see them.
About shoulder length.
Okay.
But they were long enough that they were able to move. He's medium build, and he is slight. When I was standing, I was almost eye level with him.
And you're how tall?
When he came up to me, I'm about 5'7".
Okay. Clothing?
All I could remember is dark clothing.
Now you've got a gun pointed at you.
Yes.
Describe
And
the
then
gun.
he told. Okay. The gun was black with almost not a triangle, but it kind of tapered a little on the handle. And I would describe it as what I see on TV for police officers, kind of like a handgun sort of thing. And the whole time he kept telling me to look down, because my bedroom was dark, but the hallway was lit. So he kept telling me to look down, look down. At this point...
Any accent?
Not from this particular person.
Does he sound like he was born and raised in Canada?
I would say that he was born in Canada, but there was no sign of an accent in his...
And that's not what I mean culturally. I'm talking about the language. You know, you can tell someone who's spent a long time as a young age from starting, because there is no, it's normal speech. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Can you see anything on his hands?
He's wearing gloves.
What type of gloves?
Black leather gloves.
Okay. Now, facial experience, before he tells you to look down, do you see anything? Has he got a wide nose? Has he got any pock marks, any acne, any facial hair?
The only thing I could really make out is just the general shape of his face.
Which is?
Because the only thing the thing that caught my attention was the gun.
Okay. What about his facial? What about what he looks like? Tell me about that. You said about the size or the shape of his face.
It's not round, but it's not a narrow face. He didn't have, like, his cheeks were protruding, but they're not like the normal people. It's almost like a roundish, squarish face.
Mm-hmm.
His cheeks, he had cheeks. It wasn't like what they call the defined the cheekbones.
Yes.
Like it was almost like round.
A full, like there was some meat there, right?
Like I wouldn't say fat. Like it wasn't like a protruding, but there was no like definition.
Okay. And now this guy's age, and I know it's very difficult to define, but you know, people age differently and they have different appearances. Where would you put this guy?
Very late 20s to early 30s. So if I had to put numbers, I'd say somewhere between 28 to about 33.
If you saw a picture of this guy in a composite, like on a profile, do you think you could identify him?
I wouldn't be 100% certain.
Okay, so
if everyone looked, like if everyone had dreadlocks and the face was very familiar, I didn't get a very, very clear look at his face because, I'm sorry, but the only thing I could really see was that he had pointed that at me. And
okay. Now I think another possibility is just based on you. If we sat you in front of a composite drawer, it sounds like you could give them some raw information that might be able to help in that area. Okay, so if you can't do that ID, that one's still available. Okay, so now he's taken your money. Where exactly was your money located?
My TV's on a bedside table, and I keep it in a little book, almost a day planner, but I don't use it for day planning.
Okay.
It was a gift from friends.
What are you wearing right now?
I'm wearing what I was prepared to go to bed. I'm wearing my black pants and an old figure skating sweater that I had gotten.
Describe the sweater to me. Like, what is it? Does it have pockets? Does it have a hood? Is it just a sweater?
No, it's just a slip-on sweater, no hood, no pockets. Okay,
so when you get off the phone with Edward and you're saying, where does this phone go?
I stick it right here on the back side of my pants.
Back side of your pants?
Yes.
So in the waistband?
Yes.
Okay. You open the door, you see this figure, he's come in, he's taken the money. And the nightstand is on what side of your bed? If you're looking at the front of your bed this way, where is the nightstand?
It's in front of my bed.
Okay, so
it's right beside the door.
Yes.
The nightstand, the TV, and my bed is long towards the TV to watch.
Did you take anything else from your room?
Not when I was there, no.
Not when you were there?
No.
Okay. Did he toss your room?
I don't...
While you were there?
No.
Okay. So he takes you, you're let out of the hallway now, and what happens?
And
are the lights in the hallway still on?
Yes, but he's telling me to look down.
Okay.
And at this point now he's behind me. He had grabbed me at the shirt and he had pulled me in front of him and was pushing me towards the stairs.
Okay. What does he say?
He keeps yelling, "Hurry up, hurry up. Do what we're saying. and no one will get hurt.
Okay.
And then he takes me down the stairs. And the lights on the main floor were all turned off. We take... My stairs are a little curved, and we just went... He made me, pushed me down by my shoulders and told me to sit on the floor.
Do you feel the gun? Is he using his hand?
He's using his hand to lead me down the stairs and force me to sit down. Only one hand.
Okay. You see the gun again?
At this point, I'm looking down and he's behind me, so
okay.
I don't see his gun. But I can see there's two other shadows, and I can see from where I was standing, my father was sitting on the right, and my mother was sitting on the left.
Sitting where?
On a couch, on our couch.
Sitting on the couch. Are they looking out towards you?
No, their backs are towards me.
Okay. And you're now on the ground level? Are you on the floor? Or on the sitting on the stairs?
Floor. I'm sitting on the floor.
All right, where are your hands?
They had tied my hands,
so let's
as
go,
I said.
Let's go back up to the stairs. Remember we said take the other statement and whatever we've said before.
No, I said it earlier.
Okay, then we must, let's get back to that area. I think you might have touched on it. We went back into the description. So where do you get your hands tied, and where does the string come from?
I'm not sure where the string comes from, but he had the string.
Okay.
And after I gave him my money, that's when he tied my hands.
And how did that happen? Where were you, in the room, in the hallway? Where did that happen?
He told me to sit down on the edge of my bed.
Yes.
And that's when I opened. Showed me, and I pulled open my drawer, my dresser, and he saw the money and he picked it up, my book, and then he opened up the book and grabbed the cash, put it in his pocket.
Okay.
At this point, he still has the gun pointing towards me. And he...
You're doing great. You're doing fabulous. Okay? So he's got the gun pointed at you. And how do the hands get behind your back?
He told me to put my hands behind my back.
Okay. Continue.
I believe he had... I'm sorry, I'm just trying to be 100% certain.
Mm-hmm.
And it's pieces that I'm...
Then roll through them. We'll put the pieces together. You've got the money out of the drawer. Open the drawer.
He had put it in his pocket. I'm sitting on my bed.
Yes.
And he had told me to put my hands behind my back.
Okay.
But it was dark. So I believe he told me to stand up so he could tie my hands together. And I was trying to make it loose so I could do something. But he had pulled them so tight. And he made sure I squealed before he let go.
Is your TV on? Okay.
My TV's on the whole time.
Okay. So you've squealed, they're tight, and they're behind your back.
And that's when he grabs me and starts leading me down the stairs.
Okay. Does he pat you down or search you or do anything?
Thank goodness no. Because if he had pat me down, he would have found my phone.
Okay. So you're now down at the bottom of the stairs. At this point in time, you've only seen one person, or have you seen the others before you get to the bottom of the stairs?
Before I get to the bottom of the stairs, I had seen one person.
Okay. So now you're at the bottom of the stairs.
And he keeps telling these guys to hurry up, it's taking too long. And he told me to look down, but I was able to see out of my peripheral. a man that I will call number 3 because I associated with him the least. He had a gun pointed at my father, asking him if he had money in his wallet and where the money was in the house. And he asked my father how much he had in his wallet. And my father answered him $60. And he kept yelling, "You better not be lying to me. Is there more? Where is the rest?" And another person who was hiding behind the wall in the kitchen from where I stood, I couldn't see him at first. Was asking my mother where her purse was.
So hang on a second. Who is this? Is this another guy? Is this a number? You've gone from a number 1 to a number 3.
Yes, I call this guy number 2.
Okay, so number 3. Let's stick with number 3. What can you describe of him, if anything, including the gun?
I could only see that there was a round, kind of like a revolver. Sorry.
That's okay. Remember, if you have to stop and take some deep breaths, that really does help the process.
His gun had what you call I believe a revolver. It's like one of those things you see in old Western movies. And I could just see almost like a silhouette of it from the light coming through the curtains.
So in proximity now, you're looking through the peripheral, okay? You're looking right or left from where you are?
Right.
You're looking right. So you're looking over here to the right, okay? And you can see your backs of your mom and dad who are sitting on the couch?
Yes.
Can you see what they're wearing?
I can't see what my father's wearing.
Can you see what your mom's wearing?
At that point in time, I couldn't see what my mother's wearing. It was later on that I saw what she was wearing.
Okay, so we'll go on to later on then. So there you can see them in the back, and where is the silhouette in relation to your mom and dad?
Standing in front of my father.
Okay. So is a house what lights are on the ground level?
None. They cracked open the fridge a few times for light, but the only light on the main floor was the one shining through the windows and doors.
This number 3 guy, you hear him speak. What do you notice about or know about his the words he's speaking, accent, if any?
He's not from, well, he wasn't, the accent's not what I normally hear. It was almost Caribbean, like Jamaican or Guyanese, or like that kind of accent.
Yep. Have you got friends who, like, the reason I ask you is the Jamaican accent or the Guyanese accent, have you got friends who have that accent that you recognize it?
Growing up, one of my friends was from Guyana, and I remember vaguely, like, when his parents came for school functions. It was sort of something like that.
So it's tweaking you to like a Western Caribbean island area,
like Jamaica or Guyana, something like that.
Okay. So you hear him talk, and describe his silhouette to me, what you see of it.
All I could see is that he's slim and tall. Again, I was sitting on the floor, but...
No race.
It was dark, but
You can't put a race to him. I don't want to put a race with voice. I want a race by color.
I could not see. It was dark. I could not see his face.
Okay. And now, number 2. Okay, you say that fridge doors, where does he come into play? Where do you first see him?
I first see him when he's asking my mother where her purse is. And they kept telling us that if we just cooperated, everything would be okay.
Just to interrupt you because I want to get back to 3 before we move on to 2. Is number 3? How is his interaction with your father when he's telling him about demanding the money, and the only money, and not lying to him? Is this is he talking in a low monotone voice, or is he yelling at him? How's the interaction going?
A stern voice.
Stern, but not screaming. Not angry. Okay, so I interrupted you. Now back to number 2, where he's asking your mum for her wallet.
Her purse.
Her purse.
Her purse, at first. And this is at the point where my mother stands up, and that's when I saw her clothes again.
Okay.
At this point in the night, obviously.
And what is she wearing?
She's still wearing her Winnie the Pooh pajamas as she was when I had come down earlier.
Okay.
And all I could see was that he had pushed her back onto the couch, and
Who pushed her?
Number 2.
Okay.
He was pushing her back onto the couch, and she kept saying, "Where's my purse? Where's my purse?" And the guy kept telling her to sit down, and I didn't want my mom to get hurt.
How many times does she get up and get pushed back down?
I'd say she got up twice. And then they told her. The first time she stepped back and sat down, but the second time she was pushed back onto the couch.
This is only by number 2?
Yes, because number 1 was standing behind me.
Is he saying anything during this process?
He keeps uttering that we have to hurry up. It's taking too long. At that point, he kept saying, "Hurry up. It's taking too long."
Is there any other demands from either 2 or 3 or
2.
1 about wallet or purse? Is there any other?
2 was the one talking to my father, asking about his wallet. And number 1, and he kept saying, "Where's the rest of the money?" And "Where's the purse?" was coming from number 1.
Number 1?
Yes.
Behind you?
Yes.
I thought.
But number 2 didn't speak.
Okay, well, you just said number 2 is the one who's making demands of.
No, he's the one looking.
Okay.
He's the one looking.
So number 2, as we're stepping back to, because I don't want to confuse this thing, I want to slow it
I'm
down.
sorry.
No. Don't be sorry. We're just going to slow it down. Okay, you're getting agitated and you're anxious. So we're going to slow things down again, because it's very important in this area, right? As you had said, that number 2 talks to your mom and says, "Where's your purse?"
Okay.
And pushes her down. So now you said that number 2 didn't speak. So let's clarify that.
Okay. What I meant was number 1 had asked her where her purse was, and she was mumbling, "Where's my purse?" And number 2 was the one that pushed her.
So your number 1 is talking to your mom from behind you.
Yes.
Okay. Where's your purse? Where's your purse?
Yes.
She gets up. And number 2?
Number 2 steps forward, and that's when my mom steps back and sits down.
Has number 2 uttered a word at this point in time?
I can't remember hearing him.
Okay. So we're just correcting what you said earlier, because you said earlier that it was number 2 who was asking where the purse is, what are the purses, and now you've said it's number 1 guy who would initially.
I'm sorry, it's just.
No. It's all a purpose. The purpose here is clarifying what you're saying. So number 1 is.
I just don't want to.
Number 1 is the one who's doing the talking about the purse. Number 3 is focused on your dad's wallet. Okay. Number 2 pushes your mom back into place, into the scene. Now, at this point in time, can you see number 2? Can you see his description?
At this point in time, all I could see is a hoodie and slim build.
A hoodie and slim build. Do you see a gun on him?
I'm on the floor. I can't see what his hands were doing.
When you say you're on the floor, how are you on the floor? What's your position? Are you lying on the floor? Are you sitting on the floor?
I'm sitting on the floor, cross-legged, with number 1 behind me.
Okay. So, you've now got your dad, who's told him about the wallet upstairs was $60. You got your mom, they're asking about a purse from number one. Let's go from there. How is your mom dealing with this when she's getting up and getting pushed back down? Is she responding to them? Is she talking to them?
She keeps saying, because they keep uttering, if you cooperate, no one will get hurt. And she keeps asking herself, where's my purse? Where's my purse? In English. And then I believe she remembers that she didn't take a purse out, she only had a wallet that day. After she came home, she had a wallet. She was trying to find it, and number two was looking around for it.
Was she up helping to look for it?
That the second time, that's when she stood up to help, and that's when she got pushed back down.
Okay. Are they bound? Do you see their hands, or?
My mother, when she got up, she was not bound.
Okay. So do they direct number two to where where the wallet is, or does he find it that you know?
I don't know.
Okay. So then what happens?
And then number one tells me to stand up, and because I'm cross-legged on the floor, with my hands behind my back, I couldn't get up very well. And so with one hand, he kind of pulled me up. And he said, come here. He didn't say who or what, he just said, come here. And he brought me upstairs and he said, you're going to take me to the wallet. Show me where your father's wallet. Where does he keep his wallet? And at this point, number two had come upstairs. And since he was upstairs...
I'm just turning this off because it's going. Number two, sorry. So let's start there. Hang on a second again. Come with me. Come with me.
They take me to my parents' room, and I can see the bed is turned over and everything's awry.
And you're with...
Number one is still behind me.
Yes.
And number two at that point is on his way up.
Okay, so he's not up there yet. Okay. Do you hear any interaction going on between your parents and number three? Can you hear anything?
I don't recall anything.
Okay, so you get to the top of the stairs.
And he takes me to my parents' room.
Where are you standing?
At first I was standing at the doorway, like in the middle of the doorway, and then he pushed me aside to my left a little, so that number two can come in.
Okay. Do you get a good look at number two now of what he's wearing?
All I could tell was he had a vest, and his face was like a long oval face.
He had a vest?
No, hoodie.
Okay.
Dark hoodie.
Okay. And was there anything on his face, or could you see his face?
Again, he kept telling me to keep my head down, and every time I tried to, he used his hand, and because he had me by my shoulder, he kind of just let go for a second, pushed my head down to make sure I wouldn't look up.
Okay. Is the lights you said in the hallway upstairs were on? Are they on still?
Yes.
Okay. When you're looking down, can you see what number one is wearing on his pants or his shoes?
He was not directly behind me, and there was just so much in front of me that had happened, and I don't recall.
Okay. So where are you facing? If you're at the doorway, when you're looking in, are the lights to your mom and dad's room on? Are you now facing into the room? And what do you see? You said you saw the bed turned. So the room has been rummaged through. Is that the state of your parents' room?
No.
Okay.
It like they had flipped the bed.
Okay. And when you say you moved to the left, are you still able to look inside the bedroom? Where do they have you look? Where are you looking now?
Almost like I'm right beside the wall, and my mother has a sewing table there.
Okay.
So I'm just pretty much staring at, I'm like looking down at the table.
And peripherals, you can't see where
He's, no,
and where is number one at this point?
he's still behind me.
Okay. So what's going on inside the room with number two now in there?
He's looking for my father's jeans, and he's asking me where is it. But I don't know where it is because they had turned the room around. And
Okay.
then number one pulled me backwards and told me to sit at the top of the banister and tied my hands back. Tied my arm to the banister.
Okay, now, did you see them recover anything inside your mom and dad's room?
I did not see anything, no.
Are you sure? Because when we spoke the last time, there was some mention of some other money that went missing.
They're, yes, the U.S. currency.
So how did that get found?
I believe when they were looking for my father's wallet, they had opened the drawer. And there was, it was in an envelope.
What drawer would that have been in?
If you're at the doorway where I was standing on the left side, the bedside table.
Whose side of the bed is it?
That's my mother's side of the bed.
Okay. And approximately how much money?
I'm not sure how much she took out for our trip, but I can only estimate about a few $100s.
Few hundred, because at the time, the last time
Or
you told me, you were pretty adamant about
$1,100.
$1,100. So I'm curious to know how you came up with that number.
I believe because when we were at the border, we stopped at the duty free. My mother was deciding whether to use her U.S. currency or her U.S. currency or her Canadian currency.
So it was at that time you remember hearing $1,100? And that's what, is that the inference you're saying? Is that, because you're pretty solid saying that it was $1,100 that went missing, that was taken. And that you saw it when we spoke. And who took it? Who took possession of the money?
I'm sorry.
It's all right. Were you ever inside the room? Did they ever take you inside the room? Did you ever make it past the threshold of that door? Okay, so let's come back to now you're being taken to the banister in the upper room. Don't apologize, okay? I'm going to try and ask you questions to try and clarify points, okay? If you don't remember, you don't remember. Okay, so there's no apologizing. The only reason you would apologize to me is if you've lied to me.
No.
Okay,
No,
so then in this case, then don't apologize to me. It's okay. Okay, I'm going to ask you questions to clarify points.
Okay.
So you've been taken back to the banister. Who is there?
Number one took me back.
Okay, where's number two?
He was still in the bedroom.
Okay. How do you get tied to this banister?
Number one. Number two had come out of the room, and he had told number two, go get Cuzzy for the string. No, it was, go get Cuz. He had said that, I need the string, go get Cuz. And number two ran down the stairs, and he came back up shortly after. And then And I believe number 2 was the one that tied me up. Because number 1 was still holding the gun in front of me.
So number 1 is now in front of you?
He has been in front of me since he pulled me out of the bedroom.
Okay.
And he sat me down and he was in front of me, making sure I was down.
So on this gun that you're looking at that's in front of you, can you see what type of gun is it? Does it have a cylinder or a round thing like an old gun, or does it look like more?
It just reminded me of the, television police, the handguns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's black. Can you see from there, now you're in front of him and you're looking down, can you see his shoes? Can you see anything else about him? I want you to think right now, just try to, it's tough to put yourself back in that spot, but you've never been tied up, I suspect, or bound like that, and now you're sitting there staring down. Is there anything that you remember about his shoes? Or his pants? Any idea where this string came from? Does it when you're seeing it come around because it's now lit? Does it look like it's come from clothing or from shoes that you might have in your house? Or you don't know?
It just looked like a black shoelace.
Okay. Any interaction, any communication going on between you and number 1 and number 2 while you're being bound?
My mother's calling for me.
Okay.
And they keep saying that to shut up.
Who's saying that to who?
Number 3 is downstairs and she's telling her to shut up.
She's telling her to shut up. What's your dad doing?
I can't hear my father.
Okay. You're now bound to the railing. Can you show me, can you stand up and turn around and tell me, just show on the camera, how your hands are bound? And how you are against the railing. You don't have to sit down, I just need to see how you were.
Just tell you.
The only reason that I'm trying to, I need to do this, is that I'm also going to ask you, is that so take this back take it out of a traumatizing event, which it is, and put yourself into a more clinical position, because I want to see how you could physically get your phone out of your waistband. We're obviously going to need to know that. It's very important. So traumatize away, now put yourself into just a state of, I need to mechanically show how I can get access to my phone. Okay, because that's obviously very relevant. We know you made the phone call, but questions are going to obviously raise is that if my hands are bound and I'm against the railing, how do I talk to a 911 operator? Okay, so clinically, this is now a clinical demonstration. Just stand up, focus in on how you did it. And I want you to stick that in your waistband as an example. Okay, so just take your sweater off, because this will be a very smooth, very quick thing. It's a one-time demonstration. I'm not going to ask you to repeat it, but I need to go through it. Okay, so just take your sweater off. Stand up and turn around. Put this in the side that you believe it was in. Great. Turn around. So that you're looking away from me. You're looking exactly like, now here is where the banister is. Put your hands back behind your back, exactly how you remember they were. Okay? Now, and are you restrained from movement? How far can you move your hands from the banister?
They tied my upper arm.
Yes?
Around the banister.
Yes?
But my hands were bound together.
So your hands bound together, and this is the arm that's the strings wrapped around against the banister? Okay, so now how can you get to the phone? And how do you make the phone call? 911? And do you talk down like that?
Yes, I'm yelling at the phone like this.
And how can you hear?
I turned the volume on max.
Yes? So that's exactly the way that you're talking to her against the railing. Okay, that's good enough. Sit down. Put your sweater back on. You just put your sweater. Yeah, yeah. You want some more water?
I'm okay.
Okay. I really appreciate that. Obviously, it's very important to see it because we can't put you. It would be absolutely physically impossible to put you back into the same position, but we just needed to see how you get the phone out and make the call. Okay, so sit back, take a couple of deep breaths again. When you're up against the railing and now you've been bound, and is number 2 and number 1 still there, or are they gone?
Number 1 was there for a little bit. Number 2 ran down the stairs.
What is number 1? Is he saying anything to you?
He's saying, you obeyed, and just shut up and don't move. And he continues yelling downstairs, hurry up. Hurry up, it's taking too long, hurry up.
Now tell me something, okay, which is kind of important. There's a safe in the house, is there not? Safe is in a fairly visible place within your parents' bedroom, is it not?
It's inside their closet.
Fairly visible, at least from the pictures. Was there ever mention of wanting the combination to that safe? Through any of the interaction of 1, 2, and 3, did they know that there was a safe in place?
I'm not aware if they knew.
Okay.
I didn't.
So you never heard any of them demanding the safe, the combination to the safe? Was there anything else they were demanding in their yelling? What was the focus of what they were looking for?
Cash.
Cash. Okay. So number 1's talking to you, you obeyed, and we need to go, we need to go. And where does he go from that point in time?
He's yelling down the stairs, is there more? And number 2, I can just hear him muffling something. I don't hear him clearly.
Number 2 or number 3?
No, sorry, number 3. Number
Okay.
3. Number 3.
Okay.
It's just a murr, but I can't hear what he's saying.
Okay.
At this point, I start hearing my parents get up. And they're moving. And my mom's yelling, where's my daughter? I want my daughter. Where's my daughter? And I'm yelling, Mom, I'm here.
Are they saying anything to your parents? I know she's yelling to you. Okay, she's yelling to you. Are they saying anything? Like, are they giving them directions as to where they're going? Or can you remember?
All I can hear is my mom right now.
Okay. So you hear them get up and you're moving, and they're moving in what direction?
Towards the basement.
Okay. Are you still hearing 1 and 2 or 1 and 3? Are you hearing all 3 of them?
Number 1.
And what's he saying?
Hurry up. Is there more?
Okay.
At this point, he throws my glasses. Then he walks down the stairs.
So he's still up there with you. When do you, and at this, so you've had your glasses on the whole time. When does he take them off?
Right before he leaves.
Right after, so you're tied to the banister. You're just before he leaves to go down the stairs, your glasses are off. You have had your glasses on the whole time prior to that. Okay. So now you hear your parents up and they're moving towards the basement. What do you hear?
Where's the rest of the money?
Whose voice?
The one with the Caribbean accent.
Number 3. Who we've called number 3.
Yes.
Where's the rest of the money? Is that as you hear your parents moving?
I can hear them stepping down the stairs.
Okay.
And then, after number 1 joins them, after he took my glasses,
You heard him go down the stairs as well?
number 1 then left me,
Yes.
and he went down the stairs. And I asked, my mom was still calling for me, and I wanted to go, and he says no. He should have taken me.
Okay, hang on a second. Hang on. So you hear number 1 say no to your response, to your demand of wanting to go. Do you hear the questions coming, or your mom saying, where is she, where is she? Are they starting to go down to the basement? Are they on the stairs leading to the basement? Can you hear, I'm going to ask you to focus in, because it's very difficult. I'm going to ask you to focus in. Are you hearing all of them going downstairs? Can you hear that many footsteps? That's 5 sets of steps. Because if your mom is moving down to the basement with these guys, and number 1 is walking down to join them, he would be later. He would be walking down. Does he go down to the basement, or do you know? Can't tell. Here, Jennifer, take a Kleenex and just take a minute. Okay, so we're now down in the basement. They're down in your parents are down in the basement. You don't know who's down there with them. You can't tell how many people went down. You know that number 1 left and was heading down in that direction, but you don't know by footsteps who's down there.
I wasn't paying attention.
That's all right. Whose voices can you hear now down in the basement?
I can just remember number 3 saying, you lied. There's more. Where is it? You lied. You're lying.
Okay, and then what do you hear?
I heard pop. And then my mom, I heard her squeal.
So do you hear 1 pop or do you hear 2?
That's what I can't remember.
Then it's 1 or 2? Okay, and then you hear your mom squeal. And then what do you hear?
Another 1 or 2 pops.
Do you hear any voices in between other than your mom squealing? Do you hear number 3 say anything?
All I can remember was like calling for her.
Okay. Don't apologize, okay? This is nothing to apologize to me for. This is something that you're trying to remember. So you heard a pop, you heard your mom squeal, and then you heard another. Any idea how many more pops you heard?
I just remember that I heard one or two, and then there was a slight break, and there was one more. I don't remember if it was two and then break and then one, or if it was one and then break and then one.
Okay. So you're saying that you heard a total of how many pops? Guessing.
4 or 5.
4 or 5. Okay, so you hear, after those popping noises, what do you hear? After the last popping noise you've heard, what do you hear?
That's it. It's too long, let's go. From number 1.
That's it? It's too long, let's go? Okay.
And then I just hear a bunch of foots going.
Does it sound like they're obviously coming, does it sound coming up the stairs? Do you know where they leave?
I believe they went out the front door.
Okay.
But I couldn't see anything. It's what I heard.
It's what you're hearing. What else do you hear next?
Then I heard, once the door closed, I heard my father. He ran up the stairs and all I could hear was moaning. Yeah. Once I heard him starting to move, that's when I pulled out the phone and I was trying to call 911.
Okay. Did you hear, after you hear that's it, let's go, do you hear any more communication between the 3 guys? Okay.
I was just calling for my mom.
Okay, so you're dialing 911, you've called the police, you know, you're on the phone with the dispatcher, you're updating him as to what goes on.
And I hear my dad going out the door and he's like yelling on the street.
Okay.
And I'm calling for him, but this dispatch lady, I'm trying to...
So when the officers arrive, how do you get untied? Do you remember?
At first, they were all outside and I was screaming for them.
Yeah.
And finally, someone heard me and they came up the stairs. First, they had to check all the rooms first, but I just wanted them to get me out.
Yeah.
I didn't want to be sitting there anymore.
So how did they get you free?
They grabbed a pair of scissors from my room. But the officer said to wait a few minutes because he didn't know how to do it, the procedure. But I just wanted to get out. I think it was you, my dad. He cut me. He let me go. But he cut the...
Now when you took off your sweater to show me the demonstration, there's still some marks on your arm. Are those the marks from the string? No? Where are they from?
From before.
Okay. So history-wise, we'll go into that, okay? So, now, as an event, as to try and see, this is the little technique that we use to try and see if there's something during the course of what you've told me that, boom, I trigger something, another memory, Okay, we're going to start right now. We're going to start at the point that the officers arrive. Okay, and we're going backwards. Not nearly as, I don't need you to go into we're not going to be stopping here and going through to, well, what about this and what about this? It's, you may come across something. It's the reverse chronology of what you just described, okay? Leading us back to the time you're upstairs talking to Edward. So I want you to start right now with your police officers arrive and they're cutting you free. And now let's start going backwards from that. Okay.
Just don't want to say wrong things. So I'm just...
Don't worry about saying wrong things, because you'll be correcting them as you're moving backwards. Okay. It's a very well practiced technique to help in memories. So especially in traumatic events.
So my dad he had been out the door.
Yes.
And he was moaning. And just before that, they had left. The people had left. Number one had said, "It's been too long. Let's go." Before that was the gunshots. Before that, they were scolding my dad for lying because there was more money and he wasn't telling them where it was. Before that, they were going down.
You're doing great. Okay, you're doing great.
Just before that, they were going down the stairs. But I could just hear my parents' footsteps and my mom. So I don't know how many of them went down. But I know for sure number one was upstairs with me while they were starting to go down. And then number one, that's when, like, he was taking off my glasses and that's when he went down the stairs. Am I saying something? Before that, they tied me. Before that, number two was upstairs as well. And he was helping number one tie me to the banister. Before that, number one turned to number two and said, get me the string, go get Cuz. That's when number 2 went down the stairs and came back up with the string. Before that, number 1 had taken me and told me to sit down at the top of the stairs. Number 2 was still in the bedroom. Before that, we were in my parents' room, and he was asking me about the wallet. Where's my dad's wallet? I don't remember how they got the money.
Don't worry about it. Keep going.
I don't remember how they got the money. Before that, I was downstairs. And they were looking for my mom's purse. Number 3 was asking about the wallet. Number 2 was looking for my mom's purse. My mom kept standing up and sitting down, and they pushed her. Before that, I was in my room. That's when he tied me up. But before that, I showed him the money. Before that, I had heard them toss my parents' room, and that's when I looked out. No, the guy went down the stairs, and then I looked out. That's when he came. He pulled out his gun and told me to sit on my bed. Before that, I heard my mom tell my dad to come downstairs. And that's when I told Ed I'd call him back and put my phone in my bag. Is that okay?
Yes. When you said that you saw during this process, you heard the steps of the guy, someone going downstairs. Did you hear your father going down the stairs? At that point in time?
I heard him get out of his room. But then that's when I was telling Ed that I'd call him back.
He was responding to your mom's command?
Yes.
Okay. In your kitchen, there is rear sliding doors. Is there not? In the back area to get out to the back of your house? Is it sliding glass doors?
Yes.
How is that normally? What is the normal position of the blinds or whatever when during the day? Do you keep them covered? Are they exposed? Can you easily have access to get out to the backyard, or do you have to open them? Like, how is the normal routine?
It differs from time of day and time of year. My mom My mother likes to plant, so in the daytime we have our blinds open. They're all the way out, but they're open to let sunlight in. And at night we close them because of our backyard neighbors.
Okay. The sliding glass door, is it locked all the time?
Occasionally it's forgotten to be locked, but for the most part we do check it before we go to bed. Before everybody, the last person is supposed to check everything before turning in.
But on some occasions, how do you know that it's been unlocked?
When my mother goes out to water the plants the next morning, it's open.
And she makes a comment about that?
She comments to my father that he had forgotten when he went out to water his grass the night before.
What about your front door? What is that when you guys are home, or when you guys are home in the house? Do you lock your front door, or do you keep it open, unlocked?
Occasionally it's left unlocked because the way our family is, we have family that come over after dinner, so sometimes we leave the door unlocked, but it will always be locked before bed, the last person going into bed.
The last person always locks it?
Yes.
And you said something about activates the alarm as well?
We activate the alarm before we leave the house.
So it's not activated when you're in the house and you're going to bed. It's only when there's no one in the house.
Yes.
When was the last time that you went out through the back sliding glass doors that you remember?
Oh, a while, I'd say. The only time I go back there is if I'm barbecuing. The occasion my mom needs help carrying if she needs help carrying something heavy.
Okay. What about if strangers knock on your door?
Whoever's downstairs normally goes to answer the door.
Will they look out, or will they just open the door?
No, they tried to look through the sheerness of our curtain.
Have you ever heard your mom or dad, like if there's someone at the door who they don't recognize, to go away and they won't open the door? Or will they always open the door to find out who it, even if they don't recognize someone?
Well, they try to go as quietly as possible. And if they don't, like a telemarketer or something, they just walk away.
Okay. So, I think if there's something else that pops into my head or when I go out to talk to them later, if there's something else that they want to ask me, I'll come back to it. What I want to do now is I want to go into your past, okay? And start talking about things that have been going on with you in relation to your life, okay? You know, I'm not going back to childhood. That's not my interest. Is obviously in the last few years is what's going on. Do you have a boyfriend?
I had a boyfriend, but no, I don't have one.
What was your boyfriend's name?
Daniel.
Daniel what?
Wong.
Tell me about your relationship with you and Daniel.
It was a really tough one. We went to high school together. He helped me through a really difficult time in high school when I have asthma, but it wasn't a concern. It was only a concern when I was younger. But when I went over to Europe, a lot of sick people were smoking cigarettes, and it acted up over there, and he took care of me over there.
When did you go to Europe?
2003.
Okay, and how long were you there for?
Under 2 weeks, I think.
Okay. So this is 2003 when you and Danny started dating?
No, later on in 2003. We were just friends at that point.
Okay. What grade were you in at that point?
11.
11. So how does your relationship with Danny develop? Where does it go, and how long does it last?
It lasted about 6 years. It began in the summer of 2003, before my grade 12 year. We were just really good friends, and I guess it just happened. Like, we just started going out. Well, saying that we were going out, but I didn't really get to see him much.
Let's talk about that. Why didn't you get the chance to see him much?
I wasn't allowed to have a boyfriend.
And that was when you were 18?
I was 17.
17, turning in your 18th year? Maybe
I
grade 11
just,
or going to grade
no, going into grade 12.
Okay. And so who was against you having a boyfriend?
My father.
Your father? How was your mother in this?
She took a back seat to his opinion. She would tell me that I gotta find someone who was devoted to me. But at that time, my father was the one that enforced the rules.
And what were the issues your father had with a boyfriend? Was it Danny in particular, or was it just
No,
a boy?
Just any boy at
Okay.
that point.
So what happens? How are you saying that you're not allowed to see this? I know that there's certain ways that you can still get around your father not allowing you to see it.
In grade 12, we went to school together. He transferred out, but he'd come over to our original high school, and he'd come see me.
Okay.
And once in a while, I'd go and skip class and go see him.
So you were dating him essentially without your parents' knowledge and consent.
Yes.
What would they have done to you if they found out? And did they find out?
Not in high school, no.
Okay. So you finish high school, and then what do you do when you finish high school?
I wanted to do kinesiology, but my father was very adamant on doing something in the medical field that was a little bit more, in his opinion, more like a more successful, I guess you can say. He knew I didn't have the stomach for being a doctor, so he wanted me to become a pharmacist.
Okay. Did you go to school for pharmacy? Did you get into university for pharmacy? No. So if you finish your grade 12, you go to your OIC year? Like grade 12 is finish your OIC year.
I didn't have OIC. I finished my grade 12.
And then what do you do for the next few years? While your dad's wanting you to get into the medical field, what do you do?
I was trying to get into piano.
What school?
I was still taking classes at a school, but it's still recognized in the community as a teacher's license.
Through the Royal Conservatory?
Yes. Okay,
so how is this interaction, how is this going with your dad? How is your home life with you're not living up to his expectations?
He didn't know. I lied to him.
What did you lie to him? What did you tell him?
That I was going to school.
For?
For just not pre-med, sorry, science.
For science.
Bachelor of Science.
You would have had bills for school. How is that coming up? How are these bills being paid for university that you weren't going to?
I was working at Eastside Mario's, and I took care of myself.
So
financially, my father he never took hand in bills. so he didn't know anything about pills.
Did your mom know that you weren't going to university?
No.
So both your parents thought you had gone to university?
Yes.
Okay. And how long did they still to this point in time think that you had gone to university for sciences?
Yes.
And how did you feel about that? How did you feel about having to lie to your parents?
I felt guilty, but every time I tried to bring it up, there was just so much expectation.
Did you have any resentment towards them for this?
I chose what I chose, but in the end I chose my family.
Okay, so now you're not allowed to see boys. How do you continue your relationship while you're supposed to be at university working at Eastside Mario's? Are you working during the day at Eastside Mario's?
Sometimes, but not all the time.
So how do you maintain this relationship with Daniel?
I'd bus down to see him, or my parents would drive me down to Toronto, and they thought I was going to school, but I'd go see him and I'd come back.
What school did they think you're going to?
Ryerson.
Okay. Was Daniel aware of what was going on with the issues in your life with your parents?
Not at first, but eventually he found out.
Okay. And what would your parents do find out? Did they ever find out that you were dating Daniel?
Eventually.
Well, how long into the relationship was that?
Say 5 years.
5 years? So that brings you up to 2008 or 2009?
2008. 2007, 2008.
And how do they find out?
My mother saw him dropping me off at Pacific Mall, where they come to pick me up.
And how did that go over?
Not well.
Explain to me what not well means.
My mother, she said at first she was like not supportive, but she said, "You need to tell me." And she basically gave me the sex talk, which basically was, one moment could ruin your entire life. But once my father found out, without even knowing him, he automatically put judgment.
What kind of judgment did your father pass on him?
He blamed my lying and even racial profiling on him.
And what does that mean? I don't know about the racial profiling.
He is half Filipino, half Chinese.
Yes.
And my father associated him with Filipino and said that, he wasn't a good match for me. He wasn't going anywhere in life, and that he wouldn't be able to support a family.
So tell me about Daniel. We've interviewed Daniel. Okay. So tell me about Daniel.
He was, I believe, selling
Selling?
some marijuana, I believe.
Okay. You weren't aware that he was up to this type of business?
No.
Is that what you're saying to me?
Yes.
So, when your parents find out, what happens to you at home?
They pretty much make sure that I wouldn't contact him again.
And how do they do that?
They take away my cell phone and restrict internet access. Like, they have to be in the room or not at all.
Do you have a curfew?
If I go out with a friend that they know, I have to be home before 9.
Before 9 o'clock?
Yes.
And is that even up until Monday? Did you have a curfew up until Monday?
Technically, but I haven't gone out for a while.
And why is it that you haven't gone out for a while?
Because they gave me an ultimatum to either choose Daniel or to choose them about a year and a half ago, about a year and a half ago. And I chose to stay home with my family. But even though he had moved on, we still wanted to be friends. We went through a lot. I was there for him and he was there for me when we needed each other. So whenever I could, I would sneak a phone call here, sneak a phone call there. I'd ask a friend of mine to pick me up and to take me to see him and then take me back.
Who is that friend?
Gary.
Gary?
Gary Gibson.
Gibson.
I met Gary through Daniel, and he picked me up and took me to see Daniel, and he made sure I got home afterwards.
So tell me about how come your parents allow you to speak to Edward or to Adrian, in fact allow Adrian into the house?
Adrian has been a friend of mine since beginning of high school. My parents agree with his, how do I explain this? He went to school for engineering. He has a job, and his mother is a piano teacher as well, like myself. So in their eyes, he had like a well-rounded life. And because he took me out once in a while, but not really. But because he has a car of his own, so he comes over, therefore they were able to interact with him and accepted him.
Okay. What about Edward?
Edward was an old co-worker of mine. Edward only met my mom once at a gym, when we went to the gym. I introduced him to my mom, but he only stops by when my parents are not home for about like an hour or so just to catch up, but I haven't gone out to actually we talk on the phone, but that's pretty much, I tried to meet him at the gym, but that's all.
So for the last year and a half since you chose, the ultimatum was given to you, in your words, it's either Daniel or your family.
Yes.
And you say that you chose your family and you stayed home. What have you been, when you say I stayed home, what is your routine? Tell me, for the last year and a half, what have you been doing?
I have been continuing my piano studies, and my parents enrolled me back into school, into college.
Into college.
At first, I didn't have enough marks to get into the program I wanted, so I had to do 1 year of refresher course of a calculus high school credit.
And they never said to you, you can get in and graduate with a science degree, but you can't take that and now get in. They never question you about college now that you don't have the marks to get into college? How did you get around that?
I lied to them and said that calculus wasn't a big thing when I first applied, when science, but now calculus is more of a mandatory course.
And when was this happening that you were going back to school?
I went back last summer.
Which college?
I went to high school,
Yes.
summer school program. It was at I believe it's Bray-Buff.
Bray-Buff.
On Steeles in Bayview.
And you graduated with that, or you've
No,
finished?
I completed the credit at upgrading my mark.
And did you apply to college?
Yes.
And you were accepted?
I was accepted for January. Yes.
At which college?
Centennial College.
Okay. In what program?
Biotechnology engineering.
Okay. So, the last year and a half, you've been doing your piano studies.
Yes.
What is your routine, like daily routine for the last year and a half when you say that I chose my family, I chose to stay home?
Well, at first, I continued phone contact with Daniel, but that only lasted about one time. Like I told you, Gary came to pick me up to go see Daniel, and I got caught. And that's when they took away my cell phone, and they said that they'd drive me places. And so pretty much I wake up, I do my piano studies. I may go see my teacher for lessons. At first they took me, but then once my teacher was like, yeah, she's with me, I was able to go and see him at his house once a week. Sometimes it was once every other week if he was busy. And then I had another studies at a place called Euro Music for the actual pedagogy course, which is the actual teaching course.
Mm-hmm.
And I went to those 2 classes once a week as well. And pretty much it was home, help out with housework, and practice my piano, and just wait for the college application, college acceptance.
And did you go out? Were you allowed to go out at night?
I don't go out, no. The only time I went out was... last time I went out was for my my birthday, and I was able a week ago to go see my friend on the night of Halloween. My mom went out to a dance thing. Sorry, it was Saturday night, not Halloween night. It was Halloween weekend. Saturday night, my friend Topaz and I had made plans, but my grandfather, we wanted to go skating because I love to skate, and since they know Topaz and they confirmed that she was in fact going with me to skating, and they have her number to call her to make sure I was there, and that I'd call when I got to her house.
Mm-hmm.
I got there, and because I had let my friends know that my grandfather was ill and that I wasn't 100% sure, she has a child, so she couldn't make plans to get her child a babysitter. So we just stayed at her house with her husband for about, I was there for maybe an hour, and then...
This other phone that Daniel gets to use,
Yes.
How long are you able to keep that from your parents' attention?
Yes.
And how long do you have that phone?
Maybe 2 months.
You've had it for 3 months? The last 3 months?
2 months.
And when do you switch from just using the phone to just pulling the SIM card out and using it?
Just pulling SIM card, texting him, and then taking it back, putting it back in my jacket pocket.
Okay, so this SIM card that you say was in your jacket pocket, which jacket is it that you're talking about?
I have a black jacket with a furry hood.
Yes.
That I use in the fall.
And the last time you knew about it, it was inside that jacket?
Yes.
And you would believe there's no reason why it wouldn't still be there?
Yes.
Okay. And where would that jacket be located?
Either hanging in my room or hanging behind, by the garage, the door.
Mudroom area, what we call the mudroom area, the garage door. Is it a laundry room where you come in from the garage?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not a laundry room, but it's like a little nook.
Little nook. The laundry is downstairs?
We took the laundry downstairs.
Okay. Danny and his activities, his drug-related activities, did you ever engage or assist him in this practice?
No. I told him I did not want anything to do with it.
It's a tough question, right? Is that, are you involved in any type of illegal activity that would draw the attention of these type of people to come to your house looking for something?
I've never.
What about your parents?
Not to my knowledge.
Well, not to your knowledge. Like, are your parents, is there any source of money coming into your house that is unaccounted for?
No.
Would it be something that your parents would engage in, gambling or
No,
illegal drug activity?
No. Well, not. I help my mother with all the bills and everything, and nothing. She never does it have like anything.
How new was that basement? Like the setup of the basement?
Graduated in 2004. We moved in 2004. I believe we moved in for about a year, so I'd say either 2005 or 2006.
They moved it. You guys
We
moved
renovated.
in. They
No, we
renovated.
renovated. Yes.
And at that time, the basement was completed.
Yes.
Were your parents working at that time?
When we first moved in 2004, my father was unemployed. He had got laid off from Magna.
Yep.
My mother had transferred up to a place in Newmarket. Then my father found the job at where he was currently working at Kobe and Stell. And then I forgot the year. My mother got laid off, I believe in 2008 or so. And she's been looking for a job and been at home.
Now, after talking to Daniel, and when's the last time you text message or communicated with him?
Was when my grandfather was ill.
Have you been experiencing anything what you would call in the last little while of any type of threats or threatening behavior?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
He says it's just a friend, but everyone says it's his girlfriend. She has messaged me telling me to back off, to leave Daniel alone. And he's messaged me and he's like, is that you calling? But I wasn't calling. Or I'd be on the phone with him and he's like, my Rogers line, because I called him on the phone that he gave me.
Yes.
And he'd say that my Rogers line was calling him. And when I looked into it, it was like on my bills, those phone calls were made, but I know I didn't make them. So I couldn't explain it. And I did get a letter in the mail saying that you're a dead person walking.
Now, why didn't you tell me about that when I spoke to you the other day?
Everything had just happened. I wasn't.
Was it just simply a letter?
Yes. It was cut out.
Where is that letter?
It's garbage.
It's in the garbage?
Yes. I didn't think too much of it at the time.
And what did you equate it to?
Just jealousy.
You still are equating it to the friend or the girlfriend?
Well, I don't want to, I don't know 100%, so I don't want to point fingers.
Why, so if you're not 100% and you don't want to point fingers, why do you believe it's her?
Because she has personally messaged me on Facebook telling me that I'm stupid and to back off and to leave Daniel alone.
Okay.
And sometimes when I text him, she texts me using his phone, telling me that he's with his girlfriend Christine and to leave him alone.
Is there something that happened to you that you never disclosed to the police before?
That is something I lied to him about.
Okay, tell me about that.
I told him I was raped, but I was just very depressed and... Sorry, this is very embarrassing.
You haven't reported it to the police, right? This is an interaction between you and an ex-boyfriend, okay? So you're not in any trouble for this, and it's important that we clear it up because he's telling us stuff,
Yes.
and then we're coming back to you. So
Yes, but this is something I lied to him about.
okay. And and you say you were depressed, and when did this happen? When did you tell him about this?
Maybe a year ago.
A year ago. And what was it that you told him?
That someone came to the door, and when I went to open the door, they pushed me down and raped me.
Did you give descriptions? Did you provide descriptions to him about it?
I might have. I don't remember exactly what I said.
Okay. But you're telling me to my face that this never happened.
This never happened.
Okay. So this isn't something that we need to be looking at as something that's tied to this.
No, that was my lie to him.
Okay.
For attention, isn't it?
Now, what was his reaction to that?
Report it. But it wasn't real, so I didn't report it.
Okay. Now, did you ever have a figure if Daniel stopped being a drug dealer or engaged in, or is he still dealing with that? Again, this is not criminal. It's more in lines of, what would link someone to think that they're coming to your house for a large quantity for money, which is an obvious question.
I've asked him what he's up to, and he just says running, like doing runs. But I don't ask him into detail.
So when he says he's doing runs, you're equating that to he's still running drugs?
Running errands, running drugs, seeing people.
You just didn't ask him?
I just kind of went blind ear because I'm not with him.
Okay. Did you ever receive, again, we're going to ask it, did you ever receive any other type of threatening text messages that, more than just words of what a person says, don't see him or don't, did you ever receive anything that was
threatening?
Yeah.
I did get some, but I couldn't, what's the word I'm looking for? It said that we have people that can erase this message. But it was just words. It was just stay away. What
were the words? Just stay away.
Stay away. Chrissy and Danico, one life, one destiny, or something like that.
So it was more in line with Danny and more in line with the relationship.
Just pretty much just leave, for me to stay away.
There was never any threat to you from any other anonymous. It always seems to you to have the air of Danny's girlfriend or friend that's sending these threats.
He says that it's not her, but from all the messages are pretty much just to leave him alone so he can be happy.
Okay, but there's no phone number that these things are coming back from?
No.
Being sent from?
No.
Did you ever?
I know it's absurd, but I couldn't explain it.
No, well, I don't. With the technology today, anything is possible. I'd never be able to look you in the face and say that's not possible because what kids can do with computers and do with technology, anything in my opinion is now possible.
But it was just words. It was never more than that.
Anything to the effect of seeing bang, bang, bang?
To me?
Yes.
No.
Are you aware of someone else getting a message like that?
Daniel said that he got messages saying fun, 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 bang, bang, bang.
And what did he ever equate that to? Did he tell you?
He just said these messages basically kept telling him to make sure I stayed away from him and to make that girl happy.
Okay.
And that they knew what he was up to. They even said that they knew, I'd text him something, and for some reason they knew that I texted him, and that they knew that I called him, stuff like that.
Do you have you ever received, other than that letter?
That other thing I also made up, the bullet in the mail. I made that up.
And how long ago was that?
Just a few months ago.
Okay. And was that an attention grabber for him again?
Yes.
You still have feelings for Daniel, don't you?
Yes.
Okay. So you're having trouble with that. You're having trouble getting over the fact that the relationship is over. Because of the terms of how it happened. I've
accepted that it's over, but I still want to take care of him.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, I made a decision and I had to stick by it.
Your relationship with Daniel was broken up because of your parents' ultimatum, not because you didn't care for him anymore.
Yes.
That's an obvious what you can say, right? Because
yes.
You still have feelings and you're still trying to trigger him with the bullet. You know, even just that are these text messages you're receiving, are they fictitious? Are you making that up?
No.
100%?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the letter you received, is it fictitious or did he make it up? Or sorry, is it fictitious or is it real?
It's real.
It's real. And
but
how? Sorry?
No, it just happened like before most of this stuff happened, so I just brushed it aside.
Okay, so it happened before most of what stuff happened?
Most of, like, before I knew about her and before I knew, like, before she messaged me ever.
Okay. Now, how often did you use this other phone? You said it was back when your father, that's the last time you used it. But how many times would you, you know, like from the last year and a half?
Maybe like once a day.
Once a day?
Or usually, yeah, once a day.
Who was paying for that?
Daniel.
Daniel was paying for that. So the incident, those two incidents that you made up, the bullet and the
yes.
the being raped, those
yes.
never happened.
No.
Is there anything else you can think of in this? Were you dating anyone else? Did you see anyone else during
no.
this year and a half
no.
layoff?
Dating, no.
No.
No. I saw Adrian because he came over, but I wasn't seeing him like romantically or anything. I saw just my tight-knit group of friends, which are my girlfriend's Topaz.
Topaz?
Yes.
Topaz's last name?
Chu.
Topaz Chu?
Her husband, Chihei Tong.
And where, okay, we won't say where they live because it's being videoed, but I need to get an idea. If we haven't spoken to them, we'd like to speak to them.
Okay.
Who else?
Adrian Chung, he lives away, but sometimes he comes into town and he'll come to my house and ask my parents to take me out just for a coffee to catch up about half hour, and then he takes me back home.
Okay. That's three. Who else is Adrian?
Adrian, who we talked about earlier.
Tinkovitz, you've spoken to.
Yeah.
We've spoken to already. Edward
Pacificador.
And
yeah.
So he's in that loop of tight-knit friends?
No, he's separate.
Okay. Who else is in this other tight-knit group of friends that you...
Well, we're tight, but I don't speak to them often. Cecilia Pang and Jerome, we fall in and out like periodically, like maybe a couple months where we talk almost every week, and then sometimes we go a month or two without talking. Jerome Liu.
Okay.
So that's Adrian, Topaz, Chihei, Cecilia, myself, and there's one more, Carson. I forgot his last name. He's more like him and myself aren't that close, but he does hang around all of us if we go to, for example, when my friend had a baby, we were all there together.
Now, what about, again, I apologize for the name.
It's okay.
Gary Gibbons or...
Gibson.
Gibson?
Gibson, yes.
Where is he in this?
I haven't spoken to him in a long time. I'd say about a year, but prior to that, we spoke quite a bit. Yeah.
But he was your link to Danny, right? To get to
yes.
Danny to drop you off?
Well, he'd call Daniel if he didn't answer my calls, and we hung out on our own as well.
What do you know about Daniel's girlfriend, Christine?
The only thing I know is that she's living with her father. When we were in high school, she lost her mother. I believe she has a child, and I don't know where the father is in that.
Okay.
Daniel's told me that, this is just what Daniel's told me, that she's going through a custody battle, and that every time I ask him, like, what are you doing? He's like, making runs with Christine. So.
Making runs with Christine?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, when you say what runs, for me, listening to making a run, would you draw the inference that that's back to the drug business?
I would, but I didn't go more into that.
Don't go more into it. What do you take that as just hearing it at face value?
That he was going to meet somebody for drugs, or...
And Christine's along for the ride?
I was told, like, in his words, that he was the one taking her to go see people that she knew.
That she knew?
Yes.
Okay.
And that everything was at her house or something like that.
Okay. I want you to sit tight. Do you want me to get you some water?
Yes, please.
Okay. I want you to sit tight. I'm just going to go talk to Deborah. Deborah Gladding. She's been monitoring. I'm also going to talk to the primary investigator. Okay. We're going to get you some water, and we're sort of moving through this. This is great. Okay. I appreciate the fact that you're honest with me to tell me that these things were made up. Okay. It's very important.
I can't lie, right? And
you can't, because well, if you were raped and you received bullets, those are some pretty significant threats, right?
I understand.
Okay.
There was also one other thing.
Yeah.
We were getting private phone calls at my house as well. I never told my brother because he was at school.
Yeah.
When we picked up, they'd always hang up. And one time, my father had picked up. And like I said, Mondays, my mother would go dancing.
Yes.
And when this one time I picked up the phone, but my father was already on the phone, and there was this woman on the other line, and I don't know who it was. And they were speaking Chinese, which is a little bit off for me because my father's Chinese isn't his first language.
Okay.
And my father doesn't even know I was on the line. But this woman was saying, you have to come over right away. Right away, you have to come now. And my father kept saying, I can't come over. No. And she's like, I don't care, you have to come now. Like I said, he still does, to this day, doesn't know that I heard that conversation. And when he went down the stairs to see me, because I was on the main floor, he was upstairs when he answered the phone. He was like, I'm going to go, and my cousin Michelle, she said, I'm going to go to Michelle's house to, I believe their tap was running, or he's a handyman with the housework, so they asked him to fix it. But I don't remember where they were out. And I remember because I believe this is during the summer.
Of this past year, 2010?
Yes, summer of 2010. And me and Michelle, we go to the gym together. So she had mentioned that day that she had, I'm sorry, I don't remember what, but she had an errand to run with her mother. And I was like, I think it was a doctor's appointment or something. And I told my dad that I believe they're out, they're not home. And he's like, I'm going to go. So he left. And when he left, I had called my aunt, I believe my aunt had called me back, or I had called her. Somehow we connected with each other. And they said that they were not home yet, but they're on their way. They would be there in about half hour. My father never came home. And my father says he was driving around their block, waiting for them. But when I confronted him, I said, I thought they said that they weren't home. And he's like, I was driving around the block. But when I didn't know how to process this, and so I confided in Michelle when we were at the gym. And she said that when she came home, she did drive, because they have, her garage is in the back of her house. Mm-hmm. So there's like a streetway that's just garages. And when my father goes over, he likes to use the back door and knocks on the door in the back door because it's convenient because everyone's in the back of the house usually with a kitchen. So she said that she ran, like she drove in 2 circles before, like she drove around to check before she went in, but my father was never there.
Does
And-
Michelle speak Chinese?
Yes. Yes, she does.
Is your aunt? This is your cousin is Michelle.
Yes, my cousin Michelle, yes.
And your aunt's name is?
Huida Leung.
And so was your father ever at that house?
Eventually, she said that he did come over, and he helped them out, and came back home.
But when you listened on the phone line, did you recognize the female as being Michelle? Or
It was
Mom?
not. It was not her and her mother. I know that, but it was a voice I've never heard before, a lady's voice that I've never heard before. And like I said, these phone calls were happening periodically, but every time we answered, they'd hang up on us.
Meaning you or your mom?
Yes, because my mother and I had voiced it, and we voiced it. And a few days later, I was home by myself, and I got a private call, and I didn't hear them click, like hang up clicking. So I yelled in Chinese, "Do not call this number ever again." And they called probably once after that and never returned, like the private call stopped.
And so when did this stop? When did this happen? And when is you said the summer is when that
By
happened?
the end of the summer,
The summer, so August, September?
late August, early September.
And is this to the house line?
Yes.
And what's the house line phone number?
905-477-3867.
Okay. Okay. Sit tight. Is there any other incidents that jog your memory? Any other boyfriends in between this time period?
No.
Okay, sit tight. Let me get you some water. Let me ask some questions, okay? If you want to stand up and walk around, I understand we're not telling you to sit tight literally, but it may be a couple of minutes, okay?
Okay.
What did you need to go to the washroom?
No, I don't like being by myself right now.
I'm going to leave the door open a little bit, okay?
Okay.
Does that work for you?
Okay.
And remember, right through that glass, you can actually, I don't know, see her, but that's where she's sitting. So she's just in another room, but she's a part of this room,
Okay.
okay?
Feeling okay still? Everything's going. Okay. All right. Do you need a bathroom break?
Yes, please.
Okay. Let me just clear the hallway, and then I'll escort you out, okay? Stand around here? Do you want to just wait out here, or do you want to just wait inside? But you could just stand up. It's up to you.
I'm just,
Okay, we'll just wait by the door then. That's fine. You could... Or not.
Sorry, I'm just a little rattled. That's
okay, yeah. You're doing fine.
I'm just trying my best.
You're doing good. You're doing good. Are you hungry?
No.
No?
The choices I've made haven't been the best, so it's just...
You know what? It's just part of life. I mean, it's you know, I mean, we learn, and, you know, I mean, making mistakes, and
being honest, it's just
it's okay.
Like I said, some of those things, instead of just saying some of those things, like, my parents don't know yet, so it's just...
I know. You know what? You can't worry about that. focus on that. I mean, you did what you had to do, right? And it was something that you felt that you needed to do at the time. Let's just hang on here just for a little bit until that way is clear. I won't close the door too much, okay?
Sorry?
You're okay.
I'm just going over everything and it's like pieces and
Hmm?
I'm just going through everything and it's just like pieces here and pieces there and I don't want to say something wrong or like just because I think I'm overthinking everything and it's just like
Yeah. Well, I don't think you can. I mean, the truth is the truth, right? It's not, and it's not going to be wrong.
no.
Okay, it is what it is, and
No, just like with the details and everything, like it just I want to get it right so like everything could be right.
okay.
But it's just like it's pieces and
Yeah, but I mean, but all the pieces are gonna, they're all gonna come together, and it's all gonna fit, right? Because what you're saying is the truth.
I'm just trying to like every time I think of those things it gets me all worked up. But I have to think about it, but I don't want to. As in like it brings back everything.
Okay. And that's gonna happen for a little bit, though, too. You realize that, right?
I know.
That's gonna
It's
happen.
just it's a lot.
Yeah.
And it's just like I did it. I don't want to do it again.
Yeah. But, I mean, even when you least expect it, it's gonna happen.
And now it's just like he's asking me these questions like I should have I don't know, it's like maybe I should have been more like attentive, like it just happened so fast.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like he's asking me like the shoes and everything and
Yeah.
I can't give him the answer because I don't know.
Well, and that's right. You're right. And we don't expect you to, you don't want to make up something.
No, I'm not.
Because,
not that. It's just,
you want,
I
just
wish I
aren't
was
thinking
able
about
to
it.
answer, like I want to be able to answer it so it'd be not easier, but it'd help.
Yeah, but if you don't know, you don't know. Really, that's the bottom line. If you don't know, you don't know.
I don't know.
Who are we to say, because we weren't there? You're the one that's going through this. We're not there. So, and like Randy was saying, what you remember back then, you've had a couple of days, and things start to come back in your mind. It does, it happens. So don't be too hung up on, oh, well, I didn't remember. Oh, I should have remembered. Oh, why couldn't I remember? Don't.
So it makes me feel like I should have.
No.
Honestly, I'm still like beating myself up like I should have.
No, don't do that. You don't there's no apologies needed. There's none of that. There's none of that, Jen. You don't need to be beating yourself up over this. Okay? This is some heavy duty stuff. I mean, this is you've been through something that is very traumatic.
Did you get a hold of Julia?
No, I still haven't heard yet. Haven't heard yet. And I kind of want to be here if you need me right on the go. So, but once I'm able to touch base with her again, I'll do that. And I know that she'll get in touch with you.
I'm trying to think, is there anything else, like...
Just closing my slate.
Is there anything else you can...
You know what? No, I'm
It's just like going over again. And
It's okay. Just wait till Randy comes back, and you know what? If he has some other questions for you, he'll ask them. Yeah. Wow, is that your breastplate? Is that your chest that you're doing that against?
It's
A thing you do?
it's embarrassing. When I lose control, the only thing I feel I can control is what I feel.
Okay. Oh, I just heard the sound. That's what it was. It was the sound that drew my attention. So.
everything we said here today was confidential here, right?
Sorry?
Everything I said here today was just confidential to hear, right?
Just confidential to
I
hear.
don't. Everybody knows that everyone perceives. I don't want to disappoint my mother. Like, I don't want to. Like I said, I haven't told her. Like, they don't know about that university stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want people who saw my mother as a good person to think wrongly of her.
Okay, well, what you're saying in here is not going to go anywhere.
Because everyone says she's such a good mom.
Yeah.
And I don't want that to change.
Okay.
Because of my decisions and my actions.
What you're saying in here is within the confines of this police station and our investigation. So it's not, that's not something that we would release out to the public. Okay?
Did you hear from the coroner's office?
I didn't know, no. If there's another officer that did, another detective that did, I haven't spoken to him yet.
Have they been able to find out anything?
And that I don't know. Chen, I don't know. When Randy comes back in here, you can ask him those questions. And as well, he's not the lead investigator on this. There is a different individual that's the lead investigator. So if you've got some questions, I'll certainly try to answer them, and then we can take it from there. But I don't want to give you information that is not correct. So I just want, if there's something specific that you want to know.
No, like, do they have any, like, leads or suspects, or did anyone say where the car went after, or?
And that I don't know. So that would be something that, I'd have to find out for you.
Cause, like, is there anything that...
Yeah, I know. You have a lot of questions. You have a lot of questions, and I don't know the answers for you.
It just feels like I'm answering questions, but
you're not getting a lot of answers right now. Yeah.
I don't like this part.
The waiting? I can understand. I don't like it either.
Like, if he was here, he can ask me, I can give him anything I can think of, but...
I know. you? Do you want something to eat? I'm starving. I don't know about you. I don't know how you can go without. I can get you something to eat. Even if it's a bagel.
Okay.
But you're feeling a little lightheaded. Do you want some chips or something like that? Do you need some junk food? You sure? What can I get you? If you could eat something right now, what would it be?
I'm not hungry.
Yeah, but you're lightheaded. Maybe you should sit down a little bit too, okay? Because you've been doing a lot of pacing. Maybe you need to just sit down for a bit. If you need something with some sugar in it just to give you some energy.
Okay.
I heard your stomach.
Yeah, you heard it, but it's just...
No, that's your stomach saying you're hungry. Do you want a candy bar?
No, I'm okay.
Okay. Need some more water?
Sorry?
More water?
I'm okay.
Okay.
Jennifer. Hey. Here. Take some Kleenex. Take some Kleenex. Tell me what you're feeling right now. What's going on? You might as well get used to this. You got to get it out. So tell me what you're feeling right now.
I'm just gotta think. If it makes me feel like I should have.
It's a thing called survivor's guilt, okay, that you're going to go through. That you're gonna need, and this is the stuff about the therapy and getting to speak to someone, because there's stages of grieving that you're going to go through, okay, and this is the only way you're going to go through this is with help. I think victim services is engaged, right? They're trying to help you, so just stick with that. Okay, it's a long road, but it can be a very successful road. Okay, and what you're feeling, I hate to say, is normal, but it is. It's something that a lot of people who are in the same circumstance will feel. Okay, but what I want to do is I want to finish off on this so that we can let you go and get out of the police station. Okay, because I appreciate your time and I appreciate your help. So, what is in the safe?
The last time I opened it, my mom took out our passports, and she has the combination. I don't have the combination.
You don't have the combination for the safe?
No.
Just your mom?
Just my mom.
Okay, and so there was passports, no large quantities of cash in there.
Not that I know of, because
Okay.
She asked me to help pay for our 2 trips.
Okay.
We recently went on.
And what did you get? What did you have the $2,000 for? Where did you make that money?
I was saving up to get a new cell phone.
Do you have a BlackBerry?
I gave it to Daniel.
Okay.
My brother gave it to me from his friend.
But you have, so the BlackBerry, is it in your name that you've given
No.
to Daniel? So it was yours and you've given it to Daniel?
My brother's friend didn't. It was an old BlackBerry, and my brother's friend gave it to him, and I gave it to Daniel.
When did you give it to Daniel?
I gave it to a friend to give to Daniel.
How long ago?
Maybe a week.
A week ago?
Maybe a week and a bit.
What's the PIN command for that? You know, do you have a personal identification number for security reasons? Have you ever been given that by BlackBerry?
No.
No?
There's no lock that I know of.
Okay. So, Daniel was, and likely still remains to be a drug dealer. Self-admitted when he was in the air the other day. Now, so stepping back from that is, I had asked you is, prior to the incident, when's the last time you spoke to Daniel? What I should have said to you is, when is the last time from today back that you spoke to Daniel? When is the last time you met with him and spoke with him?
I saw him here yesterday when I was leaving.
Did you talk to him?
Just briefly.
You didn't see him or talk to him any other times other than right here in the police station? And if I told you that Daniel says that you spoke to him, you did have a conversation with him somewhere else? He would be lying?
The last time I spoke to him was when he asked for the BlackBerry.
And that was a week ago?
Yes, because my grandfather he was in the hospital, and I snuck over and dropped it off for a friend at his paintball place.
And who is the friend that you gave it to?
I only know his first name.
What?
Hessen.
Hessen? And where's the paintball place?
Victoria Park and McNichol.
Right at Victoria Park and McNichol?
Between McNichol and Steeles on Victoria Park.
When there's a lot of people, remember I told you about the media? Right? They're bad. They can be very bad when they start to sniff around and they sense something. And I can tell you that the media is portraying that this was supposed to be some sort of drug related, that you guys weren't a random target, that you were a targeted house because of drug activity. What would you say to that?
I don't deal the drugs.
Okay. Tell me more about that. You don't deal the drugs. Are you involved in the transportation and distribution?
No.
Have you ever been with Danny? This is something that's very important. Have you ever been with Danny when Danny's doing that?
He normally leaves me with a friend and says he's going out with his friend.
And like normally, when is that normally? How long?
That was 3-4 years ago.
3 or 4 years. Was he dealing in big quantities? Were you aware of it?
Honestly, I wanted nothing to do with it, so I refused to know what he was doing.
Okay. And the times that you snuck out and spoke to him, how many times a month up until the last time you handed the BlackBerry?
Once a week.
You'd see him once a week?
Well, prior to this, I'd only see him once a month because I went away twice with my family.
Yeah.
So I wasn't able to go anywhere. I was out with them. So this month I've only seen him twice this month. I mean October. I saw him twice in October.
And you said you text message him every day, once. You at least once a day.
More or less.
You know, and that could be a string of text messages, right? It's not just, hey, how are you doing? Fine, and that's the end of the text message. It'd be a string of communication. How you were texting him.
It'd just be, where are you at? Are you at work? How are you? And miss you, or what are you doing today? And so when you go out and see him for once during the time, once a week. I'd tell my parents that I was going to class.
Yes.
And before class or after class, I'd go buy him lunch and bring it by his work. And sometimes I would see him, and sometimes I'd just give it to a coworker to give to him.
And how long, when you see him, how long would you see him for?
10 minutes, 15 minutes, because he was working.
When he wasn't working and you were able to get out and see him, how long?
That hasn't happened in a long time.
And how long's a long time?
The last time I saw him outside of that was when Gary picked me up and I got caught by my parents. And that was, I'd say, a year, if not a year and a half almost. And
why did he want your BlackBerry?
He said that he had sold his BlackBerry, so he needed a phone.
And that BlackBerry, I'm kind of confused. Was that an active phone?
No.
Because now we're talking about 3 phones now. We got a SIM card, we got the phone that your parents know you have, and you got a BlackBerry. Up until a week ago.
Yes.
So
the BlackBerry is what I was using with my own Roger SIM card. The phone I'm using now was an old phone that I no longer used.
Okay, so
because the reception was no good.
The BlackBerry was your normal phone that
yes.
you were using on a regular basis.
Yes.
And you would switch SIM cards. If you were going to communicate with him with the other SIM card, you'd put the SIM card in that BlackBerry and talk to him through that?
I had an iPhone.
You had an iPhone?
I kept in my room that my parents didn't know about. Because my brother, I had one that Daniel gave me earlier, but it broke.
Yeah.
So my brother, what he did was he fixed the part so he can have one that he used himself. But the one I had wasn't fully functioning. It was just it had no internet access on it. So I just kept it for phone calls, and I kept it hidden.
And where is that phone now?
It should be still in my room.
Yes? Where?
I believe it was on my laptop table or something, or on my counter.
And it doesn't have a SIM card in it right now?
No, I don't keep the SIM card in it just in case my parents asked.
Okay. So there's an iPhone on your desk, somewhere
yes.
in your room.
Yes.
And the Rogers, the BlackBerry that you had up until a week, and it went to Daniel, and for what reason it went to Daniel?
He had a newer BlackBerry, but he said someone wanted to buy it, like a friend of his wanted to buy it, and that he needed a phone temporarily.
So he took your phone.
So I had another phone as well, so I said, okay, I'll lend you this one.
So it sounds as if you couldn't let Danny go. Like you're still there. You're still hoping.
The hope isn't much, but
you're still hoping.
I still care.
You're not walking away from him, right? You haven't walked away from him, even with the comments that you've received. These comments from.
I had, and then, but I had for a while. I disappeared from him for a while, but I needed. It was just he's that calm that he can make me calm, so I reached back out to him.
So is it you instigating all the communication, or does he reach back? Does he start?
He reached back as well.
Okay. Now, you have to figure, as I said, the media can be horrific in some cases, and I had told you not to read or pay attention to the news.
No.
And I know for a fact that in one of the newspapers, that the angle that's being portrayed right now is that this was a drug, that you guys were not a random but a targeted residence because of drug-related activity. You and your family were engaged in drug-related activity. Now, is it possible that Danny, that you are being mistaken somehow as being involved in his life in that angle of things?
Well, I haven't been around his life for a while, like going out with him. But I wouldn't say it's completely out of the question, but I don't go around with him when he's doing that kind of stuff. I don't like it, and I refuse to be a part of that.
And now, what do you say about the comment about Christine and the running?
I kind of took a blind eye to that, I guess.
But is it your understanding that she may be not only part of it, but linking him to the people involved in this activity?
And because, like I told you, he gives me that answer, and I kind of take a blind eye. But if I were to tell you what I thought of what was that, I would think that she also has her own thing going.
Her own business. Does she work for a living?
What I know of her is that I think he mentioned that she worked at No Frills, but it wasn't like she didn't work often. Like I think he mentioned that she doesn't have a job once, but I know she worked for No Frills. I don't know if she still does.
Which No Frills, do you know?
Unfortunately, I'm not sure.
Do you know what area of town or where she lives?
She lives at Midland and Steeles.
At Midland and Steeles?
Yes.
On the Markham or Scarborough side?
On the Scarborough side.
On the Scarborough side. And Christine, you don't know her last name?
Felipe.
Felipe? What's that? What nationality is she?
Filipino.
Filipino. And how old is Christine?
I only know she's older than me. I'm not sure if she's his age or older. I'm not sure.
Did he ever say where he met her?
We all went to the same high school, and they also we all went to the same high school.
What school was that?
Mary Ward.
Mary Ward?
Yes.
Now, how would you feel if, like Daniel is the one who's through whatever activity that he's engaged in, and you've been around, but not necessarily having an understanding because you're seen with him, that he's brought this back to you? I don't know if that's in fact happened. I'm trying to find a rhyme or reason for why your house was targeted. I'm still trying to figure out how they got in your house. Like you didn't hear a doorbell, you didn't hear a door knock, you didn't hear a door kicked in, you didn't.
Like I said, I was watching TV on the phone. I don't know how.
Yeah, I know. We went over that back and forth. We don't know how. So somehow they got into your house by getting through your mom down on the lower level, right? Because she's the only one who's down
She
there.
was the only one down there.
So it's very confusing. We do have surveillance cameras from the area, right, that explain that will hopefully, but that's still in work in progress. But generally, random events are not, in most cases, random. There's a rhyme or reason why they've come to your house. But from what you've told me inside the house, the only thing that you hear them saying to you is they're looking for money. They're not looking for a specific quantity of money?
No.
Do you ever hear number one telling number three about the quantity of money that he's recovered?
No. I don't hear that.
All the comment you hear from number one really is it's time to go. We've been here too long. We've been here too long.
Yes. And number three was the one that says was my father, and what I heard from him was basically, where's more? You're lying.
So you're telling me that you had no involvement in what happened, meaning not saying how the outcome came, but you had no involvement in any type of illegal activity that would have drawn you or the attention of you to have bad people come to your house looking for large sums of money. You're not involved in this any which way. Because the question obviously stands, Jennifer, is you're upstairs and they're downstairs. No. Right? So it's a natural concern why would they leave you alone? Why would they not do the same to you? You can't answer that question?
The only thing I can say is he said I cooperated. But I asked him to take me.
The number one guy? The number one guy said you cooperated. Okay. You had no threats. And again, we're back to the fact that you admittedly lied. Okay, not to me, right? No. Not to me.
No.
You admittedly lied. You've lied to your parents, right? About going to school. You've lied to Daniel about being raped and about receiving a bullet. Who's to say this whole thing isn't a lie? That what you're telling me is a lie? Because if you are lying, it's the most cold-blooded thing that I have ever faced in my life. There is nothing that you've said to me today is a lie. And I want to just put a little preamble. Nothing in here that you might have mistaken because of order of events. I'm saying to you right now, is there anything throughout the course of your statement today where you've lied to me? From your interaction with Daniel, from your, I'm not involved in drugs and I don't have anything to do with them, and we don't have large sums of money. What about life insurance policies? Do your parents have life insurance policies?
I think, I don't know.
You don't
I know they had a, I have one of myself.
Yes.
And my mom, they used to have one for me when I was younger.
Okay.
But half of that went to education, half went to life insurance. And when they found out I didn't go to university, they asked for the money back.
So hang on a second here. You told me that they never knew you didn't go to university. When did they find out that you didn't go to university?
I told them that I graduated, but I never went to university. That I went for 2 years, but I never finished.
And they wanted the money back as a result of that.
Yes.
So you did actually tell your parents somewhat of the truth, that you never went to university, but it's half truths.
Yes.
So back to this line is where we're talking about the fact that of the lying, right? Is that it's
I don't deal with the drugs. I don't associate with that.
okay.
I don't.
Now, back to another very difficult question, but if I don't ask it, I'm going to be. It's an obvious one. The resentment that you may have had towards your parents for the interference in your relationship and your life, and essentially locking you down in your house.
At the end of the day, I love my parents, and I chose to be with them. And if I wanted to, I could have just left, but I didn't. I wanted to stay with them and take care of them.
So this wasn't some evil plot that you thought up to.
Oh my God, no.
No interaction, no belief, you didn't have anything to do with this thing at all whatsoever.
No.
You don't engage in illegal activity?
No.
Because you know that it'll be very easily, it will be a very easy thing to discredit you on, right? We're in the process of trying to add credibility to what you tell us, and that's through the process of asking people and doing whatever. Through that same process, it will be very easy to find the flaws in what you've said, which again then turns the focus back to you. Okay?
I don't.
It's a natural progress. It's a natural thing that investigators do. We eliminate people, or we draw our attention to them. It's a natural thing. It's not brain surgery. Okay? What did you talk to Michelle about? Did you talk to Michelle last night? Or the day before? That you were about talking to the police?
I just asked her how she was feeling because she was nervous.
What did you tell her?
Just tell the truth. Tell you what you know.
And the threats that you say that you've received, the threats that you've talked about, are the same threats that you're mentioning from the text messaging. They're not really. Did you receive any life-threatening, or are they basically to stay away from?
Just the email saying, the messages saying, stay away.
From Danny?
Yes.
Okay, I heard a knock on the door. Bear with me.
come in?
I'm here. I'm right here.
Okay, we're done, essentially. How are you feeling?
Sorry, you really scared me.
Did I? What did I scare you about? Sit down and take a load off. Tell me how you're feeling, and how I scared you. I don't want you walking away from here thinking I'm evil. I want you to walking around from here thinking that this guy is helping investigate my mom's murder, and he's going to turn over every stone possible to make sure that we catch the people who do that. That's what I want you feeling. So I don't want you walking away from here thinking that I scared you, or I'm a bad man. Sometimes we have to ask very, very difficult questions, but it's my job. Okay? And you would expect that from me. And you're not the only person that we're asking this stuff of, right? But you're the most obvious person that we have to ask this stuff to. And it's just the way we operate. It's the way we have to operate. It's a tough job to deal with someone's murder. And there's some very bad people, and there's some very tough questions that need to be asked. So I hope you understand that.
I understand that. It's hard to take.
Have you lied to me?
No.
No? You haven't lied to me about anything?
I said whatever I could to help.
Okay. So, if you've always told the truth will never hurt you. It may get you into a bit of trouble, right? The truth can get you into trouble if you've done some things wrong. But generally, in most cases, if you tell the truth, you'll always be fine. So that's the avenue. That's the avenue you have to think about. And what I never do anything wrong if I tell the truth. And if I've said some things that are lies, or I've held something back because I think it might hurt me, those are the things that will cause people to look at you more intently. Because the question is why would that person do that to me? They've got something to hide, right? So, the fact that you've lied to your parents over a long period of time, the fact that you've lied to Daniel about those other two events, those are disturbing. Right? But I don't live in your shoes, and I would never judge you on that fact, but from an outsider looking in, to have to live under those conditions, to have to lie continually, you're going to ask the question why. And if that's the way that you have to live, that's the way you have to live. But people will judge you on your lying, right? So is there anything else that you can think of that might help us?
There was this one person who added me on Facebook. And I found it weird that he had added me out of nowhere. And I had looked in common friends and saw that he was friends with this girl, that girl Christine. When I spoke to Daniel about it, I don't know if he told her or not, but I asked him, is she just casual friends with him, or is she good friends with him? And the day after I asked him this, they were no longer friends on Facebook.
Who is this guy? What did he look like?
Casey Law. I've never met him. Apparently went to high school as well, but I don't recall ever meeting him. And he kept asking me questions that, I don't know if it's just his personality, but he asked me questions that I thought were too abrupt to ask someone you just met.
Like what? Give me an example.
He asked if I had a boyfriend and if I was looking for a boyfriend and if I engaged in sex and things like that.
So that's the kind of question he was, you know, provoking you. Casey Law? And did you recognize the name from school?
Recognizable, but again, I don't remember ever even having a conversation with him.
And so he said he went to your school?
Yeah, but he was older than me.
He's older than you. And what does he look like?
Chinese guy.
Yeah.
When I talked to him, he said that he was working like security.
Okay. So that's on things that strange things that have happened to you recently. That's it that you can think of, is that one, and plus obviously the stuff that was going on with Christine and the ghost messages that you were receiving, right? From these were numbers that didn't exist, or they didn't have any.
No, it was blocked.
Blocked numbers.
And when I called Rogers, they said that's not possible.
For a text message to come in with a blocked number?
Yes.
Okay. So, you know that everything you've told us has been under oath.
Yes.
You know that part of our job is to go back and look at what you've told us to try and match up to the reality of what we have, evidence that we have, right? And you said you said essentially nothing. You didn't really change much from your first statement to your second statement, right? You've explained more. We've covered off more. But is there anything in this course of these that you think you want to change?
You made me, like, now I feel like I've said something wrong.
You have not. I don't know if you said. You have, to me, you've
no,
said.
No, I've said everything that I know that is true.
Yeah, and I'm asking you is if, from reflecting on what you've told me today, which is fairly consistent with the first statement, it's just there's more detail now. Is there anything in there from what you've been going down and what you think? It should be right on the tip of your tongue. If you want to change something, it would be like, you know what, I said this and I really meant this. It's not something you've missed. It's something that you knowingly have said that you want to change, that you know was wrong or could be taken wrong.
Okay, well, first thing, the school thing.
Yes?
I didn't go to university, but I told my parents that I went for a few years. Right?
How long
Just
ago
to
did you
clarify.
how long did you tell them that? How long ago did they find out?
I told them everything when I was seeing Daniel, and that I told them I only went partial school.
Okay.
And I told them all.
And when was that? What year was that? How long ago?
A year and a half ago.
So is this when the ultimatum come down? Is that at that point in time?
The ultimatum came about there's always been ultimatums. Like, they always gave me a second.
But the one that you made the choice where you were at, because you say that was about a year and a half ago too, is that part of when you came clean to a certain extent? You say you came clean. Coming clean would be mom and dad.
No, I didn't come clean, but I came, like, when I said what they know.
And that was a year and a half ago.
Yes.
Okay. So there's one that we've clarified. Is there anything else that you can think of?
Is there anything that, like, everything I said is what I said.
That's
like,
all.
That's all I know.
Yeah, you
but
can't.
You're just making me feel like
you're looking at me for me to try and tell you what I think you've said was wrong. I don't know. I'm telling you that I've heard everything that you've had to say. I don't have this miraculous TV ability that says I can pull out a chunk of this and say to you, that portion's wrong. I can tell you from what you've told us, we're going to compare it with all the evidence we have and see how consistent it is. There's no way you're expected to be 100%. It's impossible. Okay? Eyewitnesses for every event we know don't have the ability to recall everything. So that's why we ask you do to the best of your ability. My concern lies in the fact of your lying. Okay? You've come clean. You've never lied to me before, right? I've never met you to be a liar, but the fact is that you've lied about stuff to Daniel. You've lied to your parents. So, could you be lying to me?
I can't.
Why couldn't you be lying to me?
Because you're scaring me.
Doesn't mean that you couldn't be lying to me, right? I don't know you. I've known you now for probably 5 hours intermittent. I hope you're not lying to me, right? That's all I can hope for. But the fact of the matter is that those 3 things are sitting there saying, you know, like, you have the ability to trick your parents for a long period of time.
They just weren't in tune with what I was doing.
Very explainable, and I also I wasn't living where you are, right? And so I'm not going to prejudge you, because people do what they need to do to survive. So it could very easily be justified as a survival mechanism. This is the best avenue that you sought, and you were stuck in it. Okay? But the fact is that my job is trying to get the root of a very serious crime, and I have to explore every avenue that we possibly can. So I'm going to do everything in my power to either prove us, as our police agency, prove or disprove what you've told us. The more we prove or can corroborate, the more credibility you have as a witness. Okay? That's going to happen. We may even ask you to come back again. Again, it will be you will not be explaining what happened in a grand scheme of things, because you've done that up and down and backwards. It may be for points of clarification, okay? Because again, we're going to be going and likely speaking to some of your friends and your relatives, and it's just points of clarification. It may not happen. It may, you know, I'm only saying that it may. I told you I didn't want to do the 5 and 6 and 7 interviews with you. Well, after today, that's not going to happen. But we may be contacting you to help us for some other points that we come across. Okay? Again, it goes back to your credibility. But no one's going to sit you down and crank you through the events unless you were involved in it. Right? And then all promises everything comes off. If you had some involvement in this, then I'm just saying all the rules. If you didn't have anything to do with this, and you're telling me the truth, then we may be calling you to add, is this true what this person's saying this way? And we may be asking you points like that. Okay? You're our only link. You're it. Until your dad is back and being able to be spoken to, right now you're our only link to this case. So we may rely on you heavily until we can speak to your father. Okay? So don't be afraid. If you've told the truth, the last thing you should be afraid of is anything. If you've told the truth and you've been truthful through this whole process, then you're helping. You're doing your part. Okay? And don't be afraid of me.
I'm just afraid because, you know, like, I know everything is just all pointing negatively right now, and I don't understand why.
It's not all pointing negatively.
And
you know what? You're misunderstanding things, that you're thinking it's all negatively pointing anywhere. It's not pointing anywhere right now. We are still gathering and gathering and gathering. There is no direction there's nothing. You are not a suspect in this investigation. Okay? You're a witness and a victim of a crime.
I know, but I feel that, like, the way you're speaking to me, it's kind of like, I know you said that you had to say those things, but it's here, and I've already said it to the special victims yesterday, but there's, like, ideas in my head.
Yeah.
And I'm afraid to say it out loud. But
ideas about speculation of what happened? Of how it happened?
Ideas of why wasn't I there?
It's you that psychologically is an issue that you need to straighten out with counseling. Okay? For you to speculate into the investigation as to why you weren't there, unless it's standing out. I believe you said in your opinion is that
They said I cooperated.
you cooperated, right? And in a case that makes no sense, that could be the only sense that we get out of the investigation, is that strange things happen, right? Strange things happen. So, yeah, unfortunately, at times some of us have to point the finger, seem like we're pointing the finger, and it really is just to provoke you to see what you're going to do, how you're going to respond. Okay? So, it's only a question, and it's been answered, and if you've been truthful, okay, you have nothing to fear. Absolutely nothing. Okay? What do you want to say?
That I got a phone call once, and like I said earlier, I don't know if it was like zoned in, but they said that they could make everything disappear, and that's what I'm afraid of. Because you're asking me all these questions and I'm answering them truthfully, but I'm afraid that I can't answer them for you.
Well, there's some, the technology exists, there is some technology out there, I'm sure, that can make things disappear, and I know that not everything is captured. So, we go back to interviewing someone else who may say, yeah, well, she told me about this, and or I had similar things. So there's other ways around it. It's not, this case isn't going to hinge on small inconsistencies. Right? It's not going to hinge on small.
It's not the inconsistency. I'm afraid of what is out there. Because you shine a light that it could have been because of what he's involved in.
Is it not a possibility?
I know, like, you have given me that,
mm-hmm.
And with that, I'm just like, I'm scared because it could be anybody out there.
Right now, it could be anyone. And that's the reality of it. Right? We're at the same position as you, as speculating as to theories and reasons why. And you can't be confined in your theories, because, if you're sitting here looking like this, at a small, with the blinders on, that this is, it's like this. We got to think at every possible way that that this crime could have been happening. And, saying that it could have been Daniel, yeah, it could have been Daniel. Could have been a random act? Yeah, it could have been a random. Could they have been targeted because of something did? Yeah, it could have been. We've got to explore them all. And then try and figure out which one, through motive and opportunity and means, was likely to have occurred. And hopefully we start to focus down on suspects. But right now, there's no fingers being directed at anyone.
It's just I feel...
That's what you're meant to feel. Okay? That's what you're meant to feel. But there's nothing right now other than what you told me about the changing, where you fixed it at the end about your parents'
I just wanted
name.
to clarify that, yeah.
Okay. So is there anything else?
Not off the top of my head.
So we're back to this last question that comes back to is there anything else I should note to understand your statement fully? And that's, again, is that this is where you'll drop in that I took 5 hits of acid before you're not on drugs, you're not taking liquor, you're not taking any medication, you voluntarily gave this statement, and you did it having a full understanding of what you've told me? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, so the recorders are being shut off as we speak.